himself too, because he is really bird dogging ambulance and other parts of healthcare.
So the 3 that I would send to are those 3, but copy the other ones
Yeah.
again to whoever you're sending.
Yeah.
Just so that they all know that it wasn't, you're not, if it looks bad if you think one and not the other.
The other ones, that's what
And all 3.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we send a letter of thank you to Minister Nate Horner, Minister Jason Copping. Is RJ a minister?
He's parliamentary secretary.
Yeah, and Parliament Secretary RJ Severson.
Okay.
Any other questions on that? Other than we do have a very good ambulance contract right now. In the next 18 months, we have to get it so that we fully negotiate our next one. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. New business, request for decision, septic service contract, page 8 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we had a delegation on this matter at the last council meeting, plus we've had extensive discussion at committee of the whole. Andrew, would you like to summarize it?
Yeah, so you've got a few options. You can either re-tender the contract and provide notice of termination to the existing haulage. You can direct us to renegotiate the contract with the current hauler, or you can direct us to inform them that no changes to the contract will be made, and we'll see the contract out to 2024. So yeah, those are our main options.
I'm quite opposed to option 2, the renegotiation. I feel like without knowing whether the other bidders at the time of tender allowed for this road band or not, I feel like if we renegotiate with someone now, then we're picking favorites after the fact. And I would hate to be holding tender or bidders at an uncompetitive disadvantage based on the fact that they were willing to comply with the road bans previously. So I can't support option 2.
Which one do you support through the area council?
I'm open for option 1. I'm willing to make that motion that we re-tender the contract for septic hauling. I do have a question for administration, and that is, do we want to explore the option of this grinder pump to try and open it up to tank trucks and not back trucks? Given that Bayview will remain banned, it may allow for a lot more fluid to be hauled with a much lighter truck. That the weight with the tank truck is way, way smaller than a back truck. One other question on that is I don't know what triaxle trucks would do turning. They may damage our pavement also too, but that would be another option that a lot of the other vacuum truck operators could bring in too, is the option of having a triaxle so they could haul a bigger load with the right amount of wheels underneath it.
Yeah, I think probably the fairest option would be 1, and then everybody's on the same playing field. I mean, a few things did change, obviously, within the contract. I mean, the sewage can't be mixed anymore. At one time, you could pick up a part load of county sewage and mix it with a part load of village sewage, but that option's taken away. And with the road bands, at one time, he could go on a road band area and fill a part load and then top it up on a non-road band area. So there was a few changes. So I'd be more comfortable opening it up to everybody and that, with option 1.
And if I can add to Mr. Stevens' suggestion there, also have administration check out to include power, the amount of power that these pumps may be requiring, whether we are definitely having that assessed or access to it within.
Do we have, are you saying, do we have enough power?
We've got power there, but I do not know what these pumps are really going to be able to take from the system.
Are you considering it 3-phase? Is that what you're thinking, Mr.
No,
Chairman?
I don't know. I just want, before we dive into the pumps, I want to have everything kind of looked at.
Make sure that we have enough power
Yes.
to operate the pumps.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering, going forward here and further on down the agenda, we have the White Sands road servicing, and then whether or not we are talking about changing the road bans in that area. Now, is that going to muddy the waters in going forward as far as a contract? I'd hate to be in the middle of a contract and then change what we're doing there.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, Baby Street will remain banned. I mean, there's a 3-inch lift on that, and most likely we're gonna have to put another lift on it in 2 to 3 years. But if we don't take care of it, it'll be next year.
Okay, so that's where your main concern is on that, not whether,
Absolutely.
and I'm just wondering if he filled up half load there
Yeah.
and then tootled on down and picked up his remaining loads at White Sands, and then however he got out of White Sands to wherever he's going. That's my, like,
But he can't,
Yeah, I guess he could take his part load, but that's,
if he takes his part, but I mean, if that's his biggest complaint, is not being able to take full loads. Now, if he's going east to west or west to east, we don't care
We
as
would-
long as he's not breaking up our roads. That's my concern going
We
forward.
would want to designate his route, right?
Okay.
And so a new contract would also allow for that. And he would have to come in from the east down into the sewer tanks and then back out that way onto 20-4, which will be banned. And then so whatever council decides with the recommendations with the White Sands roads, either up to 835 or out to 40-4 and 56.
And so I guess that's my question. If we're gonna tender these, have a route that whoever has to take takes. They're all going down the same.
well,
and Buffalo Sands would only be banned,
Buffalo Sands isn't banned.
would only be banned with seasonal bans.
Right, and they'll be banned in the subdivision because of the pavement. Might not be, I'd have to look. This year, we haven't banned any of the roads to Buffalo Sands. They go down 40-2 west to Buffalo Sands, down 20-1, I think it is, and then up to 855.
So again, just where we ended up in this kind of conundrum was halfway through the contract, we changed where they're going. Are we going to continue them for the duration of this next contract to go to Erskine? If Red Willow opens up again, which we, in all likelihood, hopefully will be able to do within a couple of years, are we going then to change that contract again to have them go out that direction? So
I think, Andrew can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that we could, basically our route is subject to change. But Erskine would be where Buffalo View and Buffalo Sands is going to Erskine right now, which means they go back out to 835 and straight down. It's probably shorter for them to go to Erskine than it is to Red Willow right now.
but we don't want them going to Erskine. Remember, that's the whole reason.
Well, if I
If we had another option, we wouldn't put them there.
If we make Red Willow off and running in the next couple of years, and then we'll continue to go to Erskine.
Should we bid it both ways though? Get a price, like they're charging per cube, however they're charging. I think we should be asking that price to Erskine or to Red Willow.
So here's to finish that, Mr. Chairman, is option 3 of, there's no changes of the contract till 2024 gives us that timeline to move it. And I'm stuck on this one because I feel this operator's pain. But at the same time, he bid it. In there, he did say he signed his name, and I get ultimately there was a little bit of a change, but I'm still not seeing that the change is as catastrophic as maybe that may have been put towards us. So where I'm coming from is in 2024, when the new contract comes up, gives us time to look at a grinder pump, gives us time to see whether or not we can get Red Willow up and running. And then at that point, this is really forcing our hands to make a decision that I'm kind of saying, well, I don't know necessarily if that's where I'm at. We got a contract till 2024. Adjust your program.
There's a lot of changes that will happen with this contract. Number one is, I think the level of service, where the current contractor is topping up its load. I mean, in the contract, it states that our tanks are to be no more than 75% high. He keeps our tanks at 75% instead of emptying them. I would like to see a contractor come in and empty the tanks. If your tanks are absolutely empty, how many times do you have to go back in one day to keep them at 75? You don't, right? So you're going to limit the traffic on Bayview Street and the nuisance during the summer of going in 15 times a day because you're trying to maintain a tank at 75%.
That's good information. I like that, Ed. I totally understand that. And I think there should be in the new contract that solids have to be completely dumped out of each tank.
At least once a year.
Right. Well, I think probably more than that. I think tanks should be, especially when you're dealing with the noise, that if it's not a grinder pump and we continue with a backtrack, there's the noise, there's the smell. And there's the traffic on Bayview Street with only a 3-inch pavement lift. So the tank should be empty, and that would eliminate a lot of the traffic on Bayview Street.
And I think that's a great go forward. I'm just the timing. Does it have to be done immediately, or
Why
can
don't
it
we-
be done in 2024 when we have more information and have our ducks in a row a little bit?
We could tender an annual contract. We could tender a 2-year contract. Maybe an annual contract till we know the status of Red Willow is a good idea.
I'm less concerned about whether it's going to Red Willow or Erskine for contract wise. To ask for that optional pricing during the tender, it's relatively easy. Everyone's operating on the same premise, so
Notice, Mr. McKay, that Mr. Stevens doesn't care where his stuff goes.
I am saying,
For the purpose of
That's one of the wards that takes your crap on a regular basis. And there's another ward that's been taking your crap for many years.
for the purposes of pricing, this is very easy to do in the tender. Yeah. And I would like to echo the nuisance portion. If you're pulling 200, 300, 400 liters off instead of 3 or 4 cubes, you're going 8, 9, 10 times a day. That's when we give people grounds for nuisance complaints. And I think this gives us the option to mitigate it. And this will take time to retender to end this contract. So it's not like we're saying, tomorrow we're done, we need a contractor the next day. Administration will take several months to get this evaluated. Get a new tender out, there's a process. So I don't think anything in option 1 limits us to immediate action right now. This will be a process, like everything we do.
Mr. Chairman, I can't help think though that the contract we have right now until 2024 is still our most economically prudent contract right now as well. I'm not 100% sure, but seeing what and hearing what I've been hearing, we're going to see a significant increase on the dollar amount that is going to be charged for this contract go forward. So we have to take that into consideration as well, that we are going to have a significant increase to this contract. Again, I think we've had those discussions that will have to be mitigated by an increase to service fees at that particular subdivision, which that's the way that it goes. It's going to cost them more money, and that's just plain and simple. That's the way that it goes. I'm not paying to have somebody else's, and neither should any other ratepayer that's not using that service. So, that just a caution. That's all I'm saying on those points. That's
we had that contractor come to the table though to try and renegotiate with us. So that's gonna be continual for 2 years if we try to hold him to this contract. So that's part of that issue. Council Stolberg?
And for the life of the tanks, it is much better to have the solids come out on a regular basis rather than just taking some of the liquid off the top. And plus the nuisance factor has been discussed a lot. I don't know if that area wants to have that nuisance of the frequent hauling for another 2 years. So I think the timing probably is right now to start adjusting.
Questions, concerns? No, okay.
You put a motion on the table for number one? Yeah.
Any other
Comments from Councilor Neville?
So just that if we are going to do this retender, before we send that retender out, I would like to see where we're at as far as what is it gonna cost us for grinder pumps and how are we going down that road? There's no use tendering this at the current situation that we're at, right? I mean, I'm in favor of looking at getting that grinder pump in there and seeing that seems to be our most economic adjustment to this contract going forward. But I mean, to tender it as it sits, I mean, all we're doing is we're just retendering. Nothing really has changed. Other than we're gonna put a few more caveats on, that's all.
We've had a reduced load up there because most people are gone, right? So we have a few permanent residents, but not very many. I'm not aware, maybe Andrew is, have they even been in to empty the tanks? This is the first time these tanks have been emptied. I would imagine that they haven't even gone in yet to empty them. We paid our current contractor at his rate of,
With the materials rate.
yeah. So he got paid very well for emptying those tanks, but from what I understand, it took between 2 and 3 days to get them empty.
Yeah, he's done okay in the last month or so.
So I think there's quite a bit of capacity in those tanks right now.
There could be quite a difference between on what type of trucks you're utilizing, whether we could put that pump in versus say like it's gonna be an open tank and versus a vacuum trucks. So maybe we should do like what James is saying, okay, let's get some prices on the pumps, the electrical, and then if we can just postpone this down the road for say like another month, whether we have the information back then. And then
Couldn't we tender that with a kind of like a caveat to the tender that says, if you can provide the service, would be, what would you charge for it?
Option A and option B.
Yeah.
Almost like an RFP.
And I'm cool with that. I just, as long as we have that as one of the options. I don't want that, really, the way we're doing it is if we go forward without putting a grinder pump as an option, where we look at this is that we're retendering a contract that is exactly the same as the contract with 2 other caveats. We're gonna put in a caveat that solids have to be emptied and a caveat that there is a certain road path that you have to follow, a route. So what's really changed? Not much. So I'm just, does that give us enough, warrants us enough reason to re-tender this go forward? Because we got to tender a contractor, and I will say he was a low bid. He even admitted that he left quite a bit of money on the table. So at the end of the day, he leaves some money on the table and then comes back and says, yeah, I want to get a better deal. I have a hard time going down that slippery slope because does it then happen in all tenders that we see? We get somebody that low bids us and then comes back and says, oh yeah, you know what they do then? Yeah, we'll low tender, go back to the county, and then we'll get to see everybody else's tender price, and then I know where I have to be.
But from an enforcement side though, that's once again where we put things in our bids and then we don't follow up on it. So that's, our whole bid process, which has been brought up in a meeting before. We need to have it that we're holding people accountable to that because we've got people bidding against each other and some bidding to a road ban and other ones not bidding to it. Just because nothing's ever been enforced, that's not right either. Just another thing on your grinder pumps. hauling and everything else, you could, you know, like, I don't know, you said you could put plugs in those tanks. I don't know if it's a complete common manifold, but with grinder pumps, you could go into one tank, grind out of that into your other tanks and have your tank trucks come in and haul out.
Out of one tank.
Out of one tank. And if you've got pressurized trucks, then the odds of them, they should, if they operate correctly, Dave, they don't really pound when you're loading, do they? So that would be another option to look at it. So that's, there is some, I think we can could get a more cost effective solution if we maybe did look into this further.
And I think better service for the people at the lake. If there was grinder pumps, I mean, in any of the information I've seen or heard so far, the grinder pump seems to alleviate some of the odor issue. If that's the route we're going, then maybe that's the route we should just go to, look at it, get the quotes, and then tender under that. That's all I'm saying. I sometimes we make administration do a lot of hoops and jumps and backflips because we can't make up our damn mind. Sorry, it's not your fault, Yvette. Oh, you already know that.
Back trucks are a lot more expensive to purchase, to maintain, whereas this, if we have a, say like with the grinder pumps, this could open up a lot more businesses, say like on just having an open tank. But like it'll just open up much more for other individuals to build a bid on it.
As long as we don't get hydrocarbons in the Erskine Lagoon, I'm okay. I don't care about Red Willow. Sorry, Paul.
I don't have to worry about it for a while because.
Yeah, you're right. Doors closed.
If we have a motion on the table to go with option A. Councilor Fleury?
Just to question the term or the length of the contract. Do we want to set that as an annual?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, can we have a friendly amendment?
Would you be willing to that, Mr.?
Depending on what it is.
Councilor Stevens?
It's not
No trailers. That we instruct administration to look into the retendering of the contract, not retender the contract just yet. Investigate retendering the contract with option A and option B, what was discussed, whether we go with a grinder pump or without a grinder pump. Would that be something you'd be amenable to?
Well, running a tender is the best way to get information.
Yeah.
I'll take mine away. I'll rescind mine.
I would like to know the price of the grinder pumps and what they cost, and if we do have enough power there to run them and stuff before we start making a decision on bringing a.
I'm not sure on the power, but we did look at the different.
Yeah, we're probably in the $5,000 range for a pump. That would be a single phase pump, pretty well maxed out as to what single phase can handle.
If it opens it up to tank trucks hauling it versus, suck trucks. $5,000, you eat that up pretty fast.
If you buy one grinder pump, I would suggest you buy two. You always need a backup.
The history of grinder pumps in Indian isn't great, but
Yeah, we have like one goes down, we have a spare, and we send that one away, another spare, so we rotate them all the time.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could, would we use the same pump? Kind of like a WestJet idea that they use the same seat on every plane? They only have to carry one backup pump?
A little too technical for me, I don't.
Okay, no, fair enough.
We have vastly different size than what we would
Oh,
have.
that's what I was asking, yeah. I didn't know what size.
And how many gallons are gonna go through it.
Do we use grinder pumps in Erskine?
Yeah, no, it's gravity, I guess, right?
Plus with the grinder pump, so if you're gonna load with a pump, you're gonna have to have a pretty big grinder pump where you're gonna pay for trucking just because they're sitting there waiting to load. Because it's all based on volume of what the pump will put through, so.
Yeah, I think in India, they went with grinder pumps to eliminate a lift station would be my guess. I mean, lift stations there.
To further this question, I'd be open to a 1-year term for 2 reasons. A, I think it gives us enough time to have a path forward on Red Willow, even if it isn't open. A year from now, I do sincerely hope we have a path forward. And number 2 is man, I hope our diesel prices come down in a year. I don't want to be locked into a long-term contract at peak diesel prices.
Okay, so that's option A with a 1-year term. Counselor Silver?
I was just gonna offer that as a friendly amendment, but he sort of beat me to it. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
So if I can, so what will the tender look like? I guess I'm a little bit confused. We're just gonna re-tender the contract with the addition of a hauling route and the fact that it has to be completely sucked down. We're not putting the grinder pump in.
I think we could do an option that, bid it without or with.
There's some vendors that have both, but there's some vendors that don't have both services too, so local vendors.
How I'm reading the situation is it's almost set up like a RFP, request for proposal. This is, we need septic tanks A, B, and C emptied on this schedule, on this road, approximately this amount of volume. You can do it with option A, B, or C equipment. You submit the price, we evaluate after that. I mean, I'm leaning towards the tank trucks, but if back trucks come back because that's what people are familiar and that's what they're in the area and they're half the price, I'm hesitant to say that we go the tank truck and pump option. So I don't want to shoehorn us into one or the other until we get that pricing back.
I guess that's where I'm at, is the idea is, Mr. Chairman, I'm having difficult with this one because we're kind of putting the cart before the horse on this. If we come back and we tender this and we put it out there and we get a really good price from a tank truck service, okay? But then we turn around and we find out that the grinder pump is going to need 3-phase power, is going to need to hold the volume that this guy wants. We've wasted their time and we've wasted our time. I don't see the immediate need to do this today till we know the price and option of the grinder pump situation.
Bids like this happen in the rest of the world all the time because people make their decision based on what prices are due, but
I think those two things can happen in parallel. Our public works or utilities in this case has looked at these pumps. They use them on a regular basis. They have had a preliminary look at it to get a budgetary item for power supply and pumps in parallel. Doesn't seem like it's outside the realm of possibility.
Counselor Bender?
This could take a week, 2, 3. So I'm just kind of wondering whether we send this out, then bring it back for next council meeting. Then we have a little bit more information on possibly prices for everything, for the trucking and for the setup, if we're going to go with pumps.
I think it's probably gonna take longer than that, but maybe 2 or 3 of them will see that.
Well, we send a request for proposal out to anybody that's interested or, one or the other or both, would probably let us know. We can work with them. We wouldn't award a contract. Council will make the decision on the contract and the information supplied. We can start the process.
When you send that out, does it cancel your other contract at that point?
No, we
No.
have an agreement, right?
Yeah.
Agreement.
Even though you're asking them to rebid, if they choose to. Okay, well, we have, do you have a motion down? You put a 1-year term to that?
Yeah.
Okay, we've had lots of discussion on this one, so. Calling the question, all in favor? 2 opposed, Councillor Nyberg. You're opposed, Councillor Grove?
I think we should have put it off the next meeting.
Period. Myself. Seven point two, request for decision, tax forgiveness, page 9 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sharon? Is Sharon here?
Sharon was-
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We received a request from the ratepayer asking for forgiveness on in taxes for roll number 715900 for the amount of $466 and the penalties that may have incurred since it has taken place. I would like to read the ratepayer's letter or portions of it to the record. On October 27th, 2022, we received a letter from our ratepayer. Last October 2021, he had walked into the county office and asked the amount of outstanding taxes. He was told an amount from the staff at the front counter. And he paid the amount that was showing on the roll. After discussion, he had come into our office and with myself, he was able to find out that there had been a payment that had come in on our online banking that had been applied to a wrong account. And in finding this error, we sent out a letter to him in November. Whoops, sorry. After discussion about the wrong account, my tax roll account, and that the total I had been given in 2021 had been reduced to the amount stated because of a credit in which the error applied to the wrong account at the time. I had no knowledge whatsoever. I have since finding out about this all very recently been told that the county office had attempted to contact me to let me know the error had occurred and the county's due diligence had been done, but due to the incorrect address on my file, which was corrected several months ago, I have not received any notice. I have been in the county office, though physically, and since updating my address, and while dealing with the staff who knew my identity, was never informed of the error by them until I raised my own question upon visiting in October. Also, since updating the address on my file, I have not received any written notice of this. It is my contention that my due diligence was done last October 2021 when I paid the full amount your agent told me I owed. And I would like to ask the remaining balance of my tax roll left from the 2021 year be waived. I have already paid this year's tax bill in full, and I am hopeful you will understand the perceived unfairness of such a sudden and heavy financial shock to my family who chose to move to this land to have a simple, quiet, affordable existence. So, as stated in the letter, our ratepayer is requesting a forgiveness of an amount of $466 and the incurred penalties. The ratepayer came into our office. He did pay the balance that was owing on his tax roll at the time, which was $437.78. And in the last 3 years, this tax ratepayer, his approximate taxes for his property has been roughly around $850 annually. There was an error with our online banking. Someone had used the incorrect roll number. We corrected it, and then we also sent a letter in November to the ratepayer stating the correction in November of 2021. In saying that we did not apply the November penalty in November 2021 to his account. All of the information that we had been sent to the Calgary address, which was on the file, the current file of the ratepayer. Being that we had not received any response back from the ratepayer in February, we had applied the February penalty, which was also sent to the same address on file. And again, no response. The tax notice of 2020 was also sent to this address in June. And other county information or correspondence had been sent to this Calgary address, which had been picked up in early July 2022. The address change was after this, that he come into our office and give us the information. So we'd give all the information to the address that we had on file. So to our best of knowledge, he was receiving the information. So in October of this year, he has paid his current, he paid $1,010.59 in taxes, which he stated in his letter that he had paid the current taxes for this year. I did want to bring note to that in taxes, any of the payments are applied to the oldest invoices. So it would have been applied to the 2021 invoices. The current outstanding taxes is $553.61, which includes the 2022 levy and the November penalty that was placed on this year in 2020. The following recommendations we have put forth that the county forgive the portion of the 2022 taxes to the amount of $503.28 and cancel the November penalty of $53, which comes to a total of $553.61 on roll number 751900. Or county can consider the county council forgive the November 1st, 2022 penalty of $50.33 and a portion of the 2022 that equals the February penalty levy of $37.28 of 2021, and the ratepayer would be responsible for the balance of the taxes owing of $466 on roll number 7159. Or the county of Stettler can confirm the taxes owing of $553.61 for the roll number 7159.
Thanks, Sharon, but question
Back with, you said the address change, he came in and gave the address change after this year's assessment had been sent out?
Yes, he'd come in July and give us the address change. And it was after, I believe, he received the correspondence that he picked up in Calgary.
Questions, discussion? Councilor Gender?
When his payment was paid on his own, like by someone else, it would have showed that someone else would have been shorted.
But a lot of times until I had an instance this year, the same type of scenario, somebody paid the wrong roll number on their online payment. When the other person come in to pay his taxes, he goes, no, I owe more than that. Brought it to the head. We transferred that amount out. He paid his full amount of taxes for the 2022 tax year. So that's when it comes into play, is when both parties say, you know, something's not jiving here. It's not something that's going to come out and show up right away with any of our searches that we do.
I'm just kind of wondering, okay, the ones that they never paid on their own, it would have come up, they would have been put onto their books as being in default of payment also then.
Once we found the error, we transferred the amount out of the wrong account to the person on the, and their taxes were paid in full.
Thanks.
any other discussion?
Councilor Stuber?
I stand firmly behind that. Wrong addresses don't really matter if you know that your taxes are due, and it's up to you to find out how much they are and when they're due in the whole bit. But in this case, this individual comes in the county in person each year and pays, and he did pay the full amount, and the error wasn't his. So I would be leaning to recommendation number 1, that the penalties be waived, because he paid the full amount that he was on his invoice.
Counselor Stevens, anything else, Mike?
I'm not sure if I'm quite there with you. So yes, there was an error that the county made, but to say that he was surprised that his tax bill was cut in half virtually after 4 years of very consistent tax. So I agree that there was an error made and we own some responsibility for that. In my opinion, a fair assumption of that responsibility would be waiving the penalties, but not the taxes owing. The taxes owing on this property have been remarkably consistent within a few dollars. So each year. So I'm in favor of waiving the penalties, but not the taxes owed.
Counselor Everett?
Well, I'm not sure if there's anybody at the table right here that doesn't know almost, I would guess, to $100 how much your taxes are. I don't know. You ask me any given day, you sit around the coffee table, pretty much everybody knows how much they have to pay in taxes. It's one of the things that at October and in July, it's talked about regularly. So I'm siding with Mr. Stevens. The bill is due. You owe the taxes. I get it. We screwed up. We're not going to charge you for the penalties on that. I would go as far as if they wanted to make a payment plan with us, I would even do that. If $460 is going to be a break or make it or break it, maybe we could enter into 3 payments without any penalty. But yeah, other than that, I'm not really keen on.
Councilor Gender?
The only time I've ever seen taxes kind of go down is with the dissolution of the Both and Gadsby. Yes, it was quite a considerable amount in there, but when your taxes are consistent, they're consistent. You making the motion, James?
Go ahead, Mr. Stolberg.
Actually, I'm gonna withdraw my motion. I didn't read that quite correctly. I was thinking it was all penalty in option 1. I would like to recommend option 2, just waiving the penalty, no taxes, of course, just penalty.
I'm in agreement with that. The one thing that was brought up though, with village taxes, you get people talking back and forth, and if somebody wasn't getting their tax notice and it turned that the people in the village had seen a great reduction in taxes, maybe they assumed that too. So I still am in agreement that the tax is due, but I can understand the misunderstanding when the person came in and paid in full. It kind of did put a bit back onto the county too. So I think number 2 is. Any other questions, comments? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
7.3, request for decision, White Sands Road Servicing, page 3 of the additions packaging.
This is in our additions, page 3, Mr.
Page 3, yeah, additions, page 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we had an extensive
The
conversation.
microphone isn't working, sorry.
How does it work? Yeah.
It wasn't close.
So we've had extensive conversations about this at committee of the whole. And I've collaborated with Dan and Brad, Clint, Andrew, trying to come up with a way to protect Bayview Street, keep the traffic to a minimum on Bayview Street, and to save our road network. that's up there that's been under stress, and since we put the permanent bans on, is showing some signs of recovery. So I outlined, and I did consult with the area councillor also, a few times. And this is what we've come up with that we're hoping would work for all parties involved. The Summer Village offered us $40,000. They felt that was all they could afford, and that was for dust control abatement and road stabilization. We know from the history of the staff that have been here that the road has a sandy base. It is got a lot of pit run. It had a rejuvenation, which did not go well, and then it got received a lot of low quality gravel over the years. So we know we have issues with the road, and we know where those issues are. If we were to do the dust abatement and the road stabilization on the Bar Harbor Road and 40-4, $160,000 is what it would cost. We wouldn't do that for any of our roads. And with only a $40,000 contribution from the Summer Village, unless council decides differently, I think that's out of our reach. But we have seen some improvement with the road bans that we put on. So now we've discussed that if they would like us to increase the amount of times that we're on the road, because we're trying to put everybody to the 2-week, 3-week rotation. If we were to go out and grade the road every weekly during the peak months of the year, Dan and I felt that $25,000 would compensate the county for that extra work. That wouldn't include gravel, wouldn't include any dust abatement, it wouldn't include any road stabilization. Matter of fact, on a couple of those roads, we probably have too much gravel on. So that would maybe solve their problem with the smaller vehicles that are traveling and the travel type, like the trailers and the holiday type traffic. That might help them with the issues that we've been seeing. So we believe the peak hours are basically May long weekend to after Labor Day in September. So that's when we would look to be grading that roadway weekly to 10 days. And then after that, we would try to bring it to the same rotation as the rest of the county. We would put seasonal road bans on, and we would keep them on till after the long weekend in May, because our roads can get pretty soft. And then if we get a lot of moisture, we would put the road bans back on, but other than that, we would leave them on. We would also request that the Summer Village of White Sands ensure that every one of their development permits, that a condition is that the applicant enter into a road use agreement with the County of Stellar, so that we are aware of the type of traffic going down those roads, and if more wheels need to be put underneath them, that's what happens, so that they make the right weight, because there's nothing worse than weight on a road that's not holding together. We would leave the permanent bans in place from Township Road 40-2 east of Highway 835 to Range Road 20-4, then from Range Road 20-4 to Township 40-2 to 40-4 and Bayview Street. So there would be no heavy loads on those streets, or those roads, basically to protect Bayview Street and the integrity of the roads that are up there. One of the things that I know from administration, we are looking at development continues to happen, even though there's a cap through the Buffalo Lake IDB on development. Development does continue to happen in that south area node. We would like future development to maybe undergo a TIA. We would like White Sands to participate in that. So we were hoping that some of this money that they had left over from their initial offer of $40,000, that they could maybe help with a TIA study if future development continues. And that any complaints from White Sands residents would go to their office and then put together and sent to us so that we can address them all at once. open for discussion, had to start somewhere. This is what we came up with.
Councilor Nair?
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you, but through to administration, the numbers that we were given were considerably higher than the 40,000 originally for the service that we were providing. And we're not covering any of the gravel that we're putting in. Gravel is at a accelerated rate. I know that you mentioned that there's some spots that may be light on gravel or heavy on gravel. But I'm going to reiterate the same thing that I've said over this year. We've missed one key component to our roads this year, and that's the deluge of H2O that we normally get. We get a bunch of water, and all of a sudden that gravel seems to disappear like money out of my bank account. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure if you look back at the last year for gravel that's needed on that particular portion of roadway is a great indicator of how much gravel we're going to need for that. I've been at this table and Mr. Grover's been at this table, and we've got many times where we have been sat here and requested that our roads need more gravel because of moisture. Are we going to go down the road of, okay, well, we sign into this agreement and then next year we get a wet spring and we're out there patching and putting gravel on that road and we're still holding that. And then there is two portions. There's the maintenance and then there's the capital portion of this equation. The indication we got originally from administration that should have been closer to $53,000. Am I correct with the original?
You're correct. So I think that Operations could probably, help me out with this, but the one thing I will say is that we're doing things differently and we've learned a lot. And with the new techniques that, Dan Scott, the grader operators using, we're finding that we don't need the gravel. You also have to remember that the operator that we had totally responsible for these roadways was using Sandvik blades 12 months out of the year. Sandvik blades break up ice. So what do you think they do to gravel? So constantly, the Sandvik blades are they're breaking up our gravel. The sand is sucking it into the road base and they're requesting more gravel. So we bring up more gravel and the Sandvik blades continue to do the same thing. We're seeing better results using the straight blades or the sharp blades, and we're not pulverizing the gravel. Dan, do you have any comments?
If I could just to one end, and I don't discount what our public works are saying to us. I Dan, that I trust your word on that. What I'm saying is I think what we should incorporate into this, if we are requested to put more gravel on, maybe it comes as a 50-50 split. We'll put more gravel on, absolutely. You guys want more gravel, we'll put it on there. But you cannot just sit there and blanketly ask me with no consequence for more gravel on that road. Absolutely, White Sands. We'll give you more gravel, but you're going to pay half the cost. We get our gravel at a very good price, and I don't think we would hose them. But it would sure stymie we need more gravel. Just put more gravel on. Okay, yeah, we'll put more gravel, but you have a cost to put it on. You, White Sands Council, have to come up and cut us a check, and we'll do it. The second one I have is letter F. How are we going to ensure, how are we going to monitor or enforce that that's being done? And again, I am not knocking White Sands Council's integrity or their administration's integrity, but at one time, we were told by their administrator that none of the trucks that were going on that road were going into White Sands. Then we were told only 3 of the trucks. By our officers, peace officers who are Court of Queen Bench approved, said that there was upwards of 12 in a short period of time. Now, maybe it's a time issue, I don't know, but don't pee on my back and call it rain. I'm just saying, I want to make sure that that's enforceable.
I don't disagree with your comments, but from where I looked at it, If White Sands wasn't there, that would still be a road that the county of Stellar was responsible for. Wouldn't get the traffic that it gets now. I get that. So it would be on our rotation for graveling, which could be every 3 years or every 5 years based on what they decide. So that's where the rotation would be. If White Sands comes back and says to us, we really need you to gravel that road an additional year or move it up a year from where we would, then yes, I think that they should contribute to that gravel. Not all of it, but they should contribute to some. And the other thing, especially with F, is that we've stepped up enforcement. We're going to continue to step up enforcement. But we also, if we're going to enter into an agreement with this with another municipality, there has to be a level of trust there. If council doesn't have that level of trust, then my advice to you is don't enter into the agreement.
So just to your comment, if White Sands wasn't there, we would be taxing them for,
Careful, Councillor Stevens lives on that road.
yeah, I know, we would be, he does pay the taxes to the county people pay, right? He is at the same proportion that we are. And I'm not so sure that all I'm asking is that you pay for what you get. That's all I'm asking. I'm tired of having my neighbors pay for someone to ask for something that is over and above the level of service that we are currently getting. That's all I'm asking. And I don't think that's a hard request. I do think the $25,000 is light. There you go again, being nice.
We got a lot of other hands up. Councilor Grover, next.
I'd like to hear what Dan has to say, but and where he come with the 25 on it. But yeah, last year, I don't know, except that 02 year where we've had a drier summer for three quarters of the summer. If we get back like the snow here and it gets back to raining every once a week, I think that a lot of that gravel is going to, even that good stuff's going to disappear. Might have to look at capping that road. I'd like to hear Dan's opinion on the 25 grand and how, on a normal year, how well that would work.
Down.
25 grand, that number, I think that's what I came up with. Yeah, roughly. That was for wages. That's what that was. It was wages. It wasn't, I didn't factor in fuel. That's definitely gonna be a cost too.
Oh, there we go. Did everybody hear all that? Yeah,
That's just wages,
that was wages, yeah.
not, that wasn't fuel, wear and tear. If we have to put gravel on it, that's nothing, just.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
As far as the gravel goes, I don't see us putting gravel on those roads for a long time. I really don't, even in a wet year. I don't. But I do agree, if we do have to gravel it, they should be responsible for a portion of that cost if we have to do it.
Roughly what, if we put it on 250, let's say 300 a mile, what roughly would those 6 miles be worth to gravel?
I don't know that.
Okay.
Yeah, look at it.
We could get that from Krista. We could get that number from Krista.
Sure.
That'd be good. Thank you.
Councilor Gender.
I find also, so like, we've got county rates on what we charge anyone. So include everything that is going to be cost, so we are at neutral on there. I find that yes, any Article 39.2 has always been gravelled more than what other roads have been. I find any road that is utilized more requires more gravel. So anything that's going to be over and above what a normal rotation would be, White Sands should be contributing to it. Also in letter E, when it says a seasonal road ban shall remove the road by the long weekend, it may, unless the road shows stress at the discretion of the county. I'd like to be able to have that pinpointed. I'm not really sure which road we are definitely saying, whether we relate back to D, those two roads, but do specify that it is for those two roads, because someone may get mixed up and say, okay, well, it's in the other roads also.
No, the permanent bans will stay like right around Bayview Street. But 40-4, which is from 56 to White Sands, and 20-2, which is the Bar Harbor Road. Those would be the ones where we would use the seasonal road beds.
So if we can just specify that correctly in there so that there's no confusion on there, please.
That's a good idea.
Counselor Stevens?
I appreciate what Councillor Nyberg said about going forward. And yeah, what makes sense this year may not make sense next year. I do see this as somewhat of a living document, if you will. Yeah, we have an agreement in principle. But nothing stays the same forever. If they have full build out, well, they're putting considerably more traffic on. If we have full build out in our growth node, we're changing the numbers in our favor. So I think that makes sense where at this snapshot in time, this is the agreement, but everything is subject to change, whether that be torrential downpours and weather, or we would be back at the negotiating table. I am in favor of removing the road ban off 40-4, but I am very cognizant of what Dan's saying about cost, in the sense that my stance has always been, I do not want the county to lose money. I don't care to make any money, I just don't want to lose any money. So if we're only accounting strictly for wages, I'm not sure if we're at a cost recovery basis. And I'm good with the structure of it, but I am cognizant if the estimate was strictly wages, whether that 25 is enough.
I have to agree with Counselor Stevens there. I think it's one thing if we want to stand up and down and get credit for our volunteer hours, but we shouldn't be doing that with our, what's a grader worth now?
Yeah, 700,000.
Seven, yeah, so $500,000 to $750,000 piece of equipment. Every hour that thing runs has cost us a lot of money towards replacement, towards maintenance. So I do think that those numbers that we go back to them with need to be an all-in number with us. And we may not be making money, but at least when it comes to replacement, when it comes to maintenance, that what that charge shows is what it costs us for those extra hours of that equipment.
But we, Dan and I arbitrarily pulled this number and put it in. I mean, if basically to get either your approval of this or back to the drawing board, we can now tighten these numbers up. And last year for costing, we decided that we would use the previous year's numbers, the fuel prices, the wages, and we can come up with a lot firmer numbers. But just off the top of our heads, what we know what it costs. We pulled this out for basically once a week in the peak traffic times. But we can definitely tighten that up. If we use the year before numbers, we can't be seen as gouging. Road builders rates, I hate them. Like they're either so far out of whack, either one way or the other. They're not accurate. But if we go in and we use our numbers from the year before, our fuel prices, our depreciation, we have a much better way of, making sure that we're at least recovering our.
I'm just going to go back to the fact that we had a number of 53,000. Now, you can say or not say that it was a number that had everything all in. I was a little hesitant to say that it was already light at 53. The fact that they haven't paid anything for 50 years of existence to help us maintain a road, I personally, if I was in that situation, I would feel bad and want to contribute more. I get it, 40 is what their limit is, not the full 53. So by doing that, we've already gave them a $13,000 discount at the 40 just to do what we're trying to do here. Plus, they got 50-year bonus free me for dealing with it. So I'm thinking, really, they cannot quibble about a $40,000 cost, my opinion. We do have numbers. The numbers were 53,000.
53 included gravel. So that's why we moved it in. I moved it.
Did we put gravel on? Yes.
But if our wages are what they're showing, I think by the time you put your fuel and your depreciate, like all in the grader, we're going to be approaching it. Councillor Gender?
Because just going through the rates, I don't know what our graders are being paid, but I just threw a number of 40 into there. So there's 625 hours. So like, I'm just gonna ask, okay, what do we charge our ratepayers for blading their laneways an hour?
That's a different discussion.
That's a highly discounted. They pay us taxes too.
We already charged the shit out of them.
We do not.
Or further.
That information's in the financial section of this RFD. I did put that in just for your reference.
Okay, well, there's that, if you can come up with that number, Counselor Stevens has had his hand up.
Oh, it's in the snow plowing, RFD for Royston's.
They offered us 40,000 and want to get the opinions in the room. What if we went forward with that agreement, 40,000? We track what it costs us for a year. And the agreement is, if there's any over and above in the kitty, after that year of increased maintenance, then we put it in a reserve fund for upgrades on this road. Because at some point, it will need
Got 2 votes.
gravel, it will need dust control, et cetera. So at that point, we're charging a cost recovery basis, but that if there is excess money, we're not throwing it in our general revenue. It's earmarked for the infrastructure that you would benefit.
And if we're short, we're gonna go outside levy for our ratepayers that live along the road? Okay. That's a big book everybody out there.
So there, any more
Discussion on this, I think the 40 was light. We talked about the 40 being light. I feel that their administrator came in and told us that we could oil everything, thinking that, I don't know if he thought we could figure things out.
But
On that same sense, I think we need to come back with what our proposal is to them, and then either they have a choice, either take it or leave it.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion that we, if you can move it up or down a little bit, recommend the staff recommendation with the one change that the annual contribution be 40,000 to grading and maintenance of Township Road 40-4 from Highway 56 Summer Village Boundary Road, Range Road 20-2 from Highway 601 to Township 440. All B, C, D, E, F, G, H stay the same. Does that help you, Marlene? Okay, just the only change that's going to be there is that the 25,000 changes to the 40,000. And we make this proposal back, counter offer back to the Summer Village of White Sands.
And that we provide annual accounting up to 40,000.
Right? That was,
I will take that, yes, we will do that. And we won't even make it a thing. We will provide annual accounting to them.
and that way it gives us, if we have to negotiate, if we, 2 years from now, we are losing, we have all the evidence and numbers there to sit down at the table and renegotiate.
I like that. So Marlene, you got that as an add-on? Thank you.
Councilor Over.
Yeah, I wouldn't throw Dan out for what his comment was. He was asked what it would cost, and he took it as wages, and $25,000 are just wages, so he was bang on. I think if you give him the number to have an actual cost on it, he'll come back with the right number.
No, and I do think we need that true all-in number to talk to them, because we come back at 25 now, and it really looks to me though, like we were real heavy in the last one that Rick put in, and trying to recover. Graveling was included, but our price of fuel.
No, we can move the hard numbers in. Do we also put that this road will receive gravel at our regular rotation? Any additional gravel requested will be split between White Sands and the county. So
Spot graveling will be extra.
I think, it's the regular schedule or regular.
Because we're giving them, when Rick gave us that numbers, what was that? A year ago or more?
2019, actually.
So 2019, so we're what was diesel in 2019?
About 70 cents.
And $2 now? $1.90?
Wouldn't be that much.
Bucks 60, 70.
Man, you guys are getting it cheap.
I know.
RMA.
I don't get one of those RMA cards. I wish I did.
7 counties and municipalities.
I wish I had one. I could use it. Anyways, at the end of the day, that's I don't think we're light on our numbers, and I do think the accounting is there. And I do agree, yes, we should have a 50%. You can put it down as HI, I guess, as any spot graveling or additional graveling over our regular rotation will be split on a 50-50 basis,
But insist,
cost basis.
I insist
all complaints from our residents go through their council and are forwarded by their council.
in a summary. Like,
We gotta quit listening to that noise all the time.
Are you a county of Stettler ratepayer or are you a White Sands ratepayer?
So we'll draft up an offer letter and we'll send it out to council for approval.
Let's get a motion or
Councilor Steve, I'm good. Any other questions, comments? Call the question, all in favor? Carried.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, White Sands letter was actually pretty extensive and addressed the County of Stettler Regional Wastewater Lagoons. In the RFD, Corsander added that they're asking us to form a County of Stettler Regional Wastewater and Sewage Lagoon Commission. But also they're making reference that we're shutting them out of the Red Willow Lagoon, which I think needs to be addressed, that the Red Willow Lagoon is shut down basically because we have nowhere to drain it. And we are working with Alberta Environment and the landowner to come up with a solution.
Which we have the full option to shut them down with it because we have discussed over and over again, they did not contribute to that lagoon. It's the County of Stettler Lagoon. And we have to operate it county somewhere.
We shut the ratepayers of County Stettler.
Councilor Stevens?
I'll make the motion that we draft an additional letter responding that we did not target any other municipality. We shut down everyone, ourselves, the town, every summer village to Red Willow Lagoon. No one was targeted by this. We are working towards a solution and we'll update them once we have a path forward. But it might be helpful. One of the things we learned in that delegation is that they are currently hauling their effluent to other municipalities. But to the best of my knowledge, not one of those municipalities will do it for free. All of them are charging. So all we are doing at this point is treating them the same as Bashaw and Red Deer. I mean, they did talk to the town about taking the effluent there, and they said they could not handle it. It's not our responsibility. Yes, there's efficiencies to working together, but we didn't cut them off because we provide services to our ratepayers unless a joint agreement is signed.
Councilmember?
could we add one little itty bitty piece to your letter? That we would love to be courtesy copied on the next letter that they send to Alberta Environment, bringing to Alberta Environment the immediate need they have to get this problem solved. I'm not sure, did we get courtesy copied on the first letter they sent to Alberta Environment?
No. I didn't get anything.
So I think if they're sending letters to the Alberta Environment, they should be courtesy copying us. Is that fair enough as an addition?
I am fine with that addition.
And
As far as it goes to this commission piece, we've offered it to them numerous times if they would like to do the legwork. But then as any commission, you have to look with what each partner is going in with. So that, it's not just loaded back to your staff about to do this. It's, if they want to follow through with some of the stuff, bring suggestions to the table, we can analyze it and have lawyers look at it and see if it's what we would look at or not.
And we are open to a commission, but we, at the current time, we do not have the staff allocation to look into this. If they want to hire a consultant to look into a commission, then absolutely they can do that and see what the preliminary cost is going to be, and then we'll look at that information.
Right. I think you would need every municipality in the area to work towards this. The other thing, that there is a cap on development through the Buffalo Lake IDP at the lake. And the other item I'd like to bring to your attention is that since we've shut down taking effluent from any other municipality but County of Stellar residents, we're handling it. I mean, we're handling it without Red Willow. So I think even in the future, we have enough lagoons in place and they're running much more efficiently, that we would be able to handle effluent from County of Stellar residents.
So I specifically use the terms joint use. I am not committing to a commission at this point. It may make sense. I'm open to that discussion, but I don't want to lead anyone on, so to speak. I mean, a joint use agreement may make sense. A commission may make the most sense. I just don't want to include an agreement in that regard this early.
And we also know where the town of Stettler stands on that. They want their sewer status quo. So that, from that municipality, would be a tough conversation. No, it's great. Okay, you have a motion on the table? And no other comments? All in favor? Carried. Request for decision, Regional Recreation Board White Sands. Lorraine, I would think.
We missed the Roshan Sands snowplow.
Put the glasses back on, and it's been a lot of White Sands. Oh, okay, request for decision, Roshan Sands, snowplowing request, page 14 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So our request was made to our area councillor if we could consider snowplowing Bayview Street, the area that's located within the summer village of Roshan Sands. So that would be west of Chokecherry Lane to Secondary Highway 835. Public Works Policy 2.4 says we will not do any work for other municipalities unless a hold harmless agreement is in place. We used to do this service and we stopped doing it because they put out the speed control bumps, the rubber ones. We were damaging them and damaging our equipment, so we quit doing it. We have the same speed bumps, but we remove them. Also, the snow will be removed in accordance with our policy 2.28 snow plowing service standards. So that talks about how much snow and how Public Works addresses it. Again, any ratepayer complaints regarding the Summer Village, just section of Bayview Street, would be made to the Summer Village's office and then passed on to the County of Stellar. The County of Stellar will not snowplow or clean out any private driveways or laneways. That's part of that section. And the suggested fee, I've got 0 in there. We're up there, but I didn't know what council wanted to do with this.
Questions, comments? Councilor Gender?
Nobody gets anything done for nothing. I find that there should be some sort of a fee, whether it's going to be an hourly, because if they had to hire someone that come from Settler, there'd also be the driving to and from. So I don't believe in the 0.
But in under financial, I put what we charge our ratepayers. So to have their laneway plowed, we charge them the $100 application fee. And then if we grade a laneway during the summer, it's $50 per quarter mile, per laneway per occurrence.
But them ratepayers also don't just pay to have their lane done. They also pay for all the land that they have, the buildings they have, the business that they have. That's not, the lane thing, when you're gonna be plowing into somebody else's jurisdiction isn't really a fair cost. You got no way.
Yeah.
It's actually a benefit to us to plow that. It makes our job easier because we're already there. It's easier to put the plow down and plow it than to drive through a foot of snow with the blade up to plow what we have to get.
They signed a whole harmless agreement and.
Well, that's what one of the intents were, Councilor Stevens.
I think the optics are bad if we charge our ratepayers $100 and offer it to other ratepayers for nothing. And once again, I go back to what I said earlier. I don't care to make money, but I don't want to lose money. So what would it cost? I realize there's obviously efficiencies. We have the equipment. We're there. Stopping at 3 blocks or 4 blocks early, I mean, it doesn't cost us a ton of time. But what would a cost recovery look like? Is that 500 on a normal year or 1,000?
Is it a mile?
Sure, we'll say it's a mile.
I think it's a mile. I haven't figured out. So 2 miles and 2 pass it in a truck, and you're going there anyway.
Councilor Nyberg and then Councilor.
Would we put salt on?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, what I would like to do is I'd like to make a motion that we, can you back it up, Andrew? Sorry. For a suggested fee of $1,000 per season, not per year. So whenever the season starts, if we get snow at the 1st of October, if we get snow till June 30th, because sometimes that happens in this country, with, and provide an accounting of what the cost would be. I know sorry, the GL accounts are gonna go crazy, but.
The director of corporate services screaming now.
People go losing their mind, but I mean, it's fair. What we do for one, we do for the other, and then in this case, if that's the case, we look at it and say, okay, here it is. We do a lot of things, Dan, I hear what you're saying, but we do a lot of things that it would be easier for us to do it, but we don't do it because of the simple fact is, I mean, it would be easier to plow the main road in 835 in Erskine, Big Valley, and all those other places, but we don't do it because it's not our preview. So I think just to be fair, so $1,000 per season with an accounting going forward to show them where we're at going next year. If it's lower, it's lower. If it's more, it's more. We'll adjust as we go forward. It's an option. They can take it or leave it.
And the hold harmless does need to include the salt and stuff we're putting down too, just so that.
Yeah. The Saskatoons and stuff, something happens or that or something.
Councilor Grover?
We're gonna try to get as close as we can to cost recovery, yes. Okay.
And the next year, that's what we'll look at it. It'll come back to us next year and we'll look at it.
Councilor Gender?
This question would be to
My question to you, Dan?
well, how many times would we be plowing that a year for the season? Four times, 6 times, just to throw a number at it.
Crystal ball.
I'm just kind of wondering.
Every day of the week, like that's your crystal ball.
Last week, we would have done it 3 times. The week before that, 3 times.
Also with it though, they didn't have they got their speed bumps removed yet?
I don't know if they have.
Like they gotta be prepared for this too, and winter does come and get their speed bumps out and expect, like that whole scheduling piece is the same as when we're plowing the rest of it.
That's part of this agreement. I think that's well taken care of in this agreement.
Councilor Gender?
I'm just kind of wondering, like, the nightmare that our county is going to be having at it, whether it's just going to be easier to say, okay, if we charge $50 a quarter mile for everyone else, that's going to be about 2 miles, say $200 per occurrence, make it a lot easier on our accounting.
Well, then you're leaving it up to the operator to have to figure out the check mark that he did it. The blanket fee is just a blanket fee. I mean, pretty soon we're gonna have to have a computer in there. Yeah, click, click, click. Yeah, okay, I did the quarter mile. Click, I didn't do the quarter mile.
I think Encom must be doing that now, because they said at a lot of corners, put something on a computer.
No, that's the problem. They're not doing it.
Only softly.
On our corner, both spots stop there and you'll see them on the computer, so.
And they're good at taking signs out this year too. There's a lot.
Dan, are you planning on being here after lunch, or, like, I know there was item 9.
I will.
You will be, okay, so we'll just continue with our agenda if it is. Okay. So we have a motion on the table from Councilor Nyberg. You're clear with that, Marlene? Okay. Any other questions, concerns? All in question, all in favor? Carried. Now I can get to 7.5, request for decision. Regional Recreation Board, White Sands, page 16.
Mr. Chairman, we're not doing much lake stuff today, are we?
Oh, it's taking up a big part.
60% for 40% of the tax.
We don't get any of that tax.
Mr. Chairman.
You're flashing.
There you go.
Was that better? There, that's better. At the last October council meeting, I had brought the Stellar Regional Recreation Agreement, an updated version. And that was proposed, it was proposed during that meeting, and we postponed it due to the same day that the Summer Village of White Sands wanted to join the Regional Recreation Board. During this time, letters have gone out to the Village of Big Valley, Village of Denalda, and Summer Village of Roshan Sands. As per the current agreement, they must vote to approve White Sands as a cooperating authority. To date, as far as I'm aware, Big Valley and Denalda have just recently received our letters and will be voting Village of Big Valley on December 8th and the Village of Denalda on November 22nd. But today I'm asking the County of Stettler to vote on whether to approve the Summer Village of White Sands to join the Regional Recreation Board. There is a financial implication. We give out $150,000 in operational funding annually to assist organizations with renovations, programming, events. If the Summer Village of White Sands becomes a member, it would increase the pool and reduce the available funding for existing members. And a per capita formula would need to be established for the summer villages.
If I could just add to that, Lorraine, sorry. That per capita formula, we've been taking Stellar Waste. And it is basically their permanent population, less their temporary population, plus their dwellings divided by 2. Is that the formula that council feels comfortable with? When Big Valley pays for every resident it has, Denalda pays for every resident.
Can you repeat that?
Can you do it really slow?
We'll put it on the screen for you.
And use smaller words?
Yeah.
Crayons, maybe, please.
We usually get accused of using big words, but yeah.
I do appreciate that concern because recreational, it operates at peak. You build it for your peak, and the nature of a tourist area is that the amount of people using their recreational, i.e. halls, parks, whatever it may be, is considerably higher than, say, a Denalda or Big Valley in the summer. I'm not sure if this, I'm open to letting them in. I'm not sure if this funding model makes sense for a summer village. It's kind of an apples to oranges comparison.
This formula was around in 1994. It used to be a third, and there was hardly any permanent residents at the time in the summer villages. Well, that's changed substantially, right?
How much could that dilute to our other halls, like all our, and recreation? Everybody's been struggling over the last 2 years. And I don't know if I'm really in favor of putting another one at the trough. That we figure out what we're gonna do. Talked in the past about not funding certain halls, et cetera, because of the strain on the system. And now we're gonna put another one. Other part is I don't know of any time, you live across the road from there, are you invited to their functions? Councilor Stevens?
Believe it or not, my wife is on a.
No, we asked if you were.
We can take that either way from that.
Your wife's a nice lady.
They have better taste.
So there's the formula that we've been using. And it comes from Stellar Waste.
So,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
is Roshan Sands in?
They are, and this is the formula that we've been using.
And So why did White Sands not come in when we set this up 25, 30 years ago, whatever it was?
Do you have an answer for that?
Actually, yeah.
Okay.
I was told the answer.
And why did they not come in?
What I was told was, for years, they did not have a non-profit organization set up to manage the hall. And that's what's changed. So now that they have their non-profit in place, they're the same as Roshan Hall was operated under a non-profit.
The other question, Les, you were on the recreation forever, and Justin, we were on the recreation. What's your guys' feeling as board members? Is this gonna be a hindrance, or where are we at on it? I would kind of, I guess, bow to what your guys' opinion is more than mine, because I honestly don't have much.
Well, I know on this special project funding, Roshan Sands never got a ton of funding through because it was all voted on and everything was prioritized. But of course, they would get operational assistance on all their recreational facilities. It makes sense, I guess, to have, if it's going to truly a regional rec, to have everybody included. But I do have a bit of an issue with the formula. It should probably be based on developed properties, because in the summertime, I mean, that's everybody that's a lake will be using the rec facilities. Did you have anything to add?
Plus much higher likelihood of guests visiting as well in the peak seasons. But that rec board is a very diverse group with a lot of people already. So I don't see any harm in having one additional member on the board from that perspective. We're going to go down this road about fair for rec funding. There is one other elephant in the room, so to speak. We will not fund any recreational projects within the town limits except for the Stettler Ag Society. And this has existed this way for quite some time. But we do contribute a healthy portion with a separate rec to the town. And one has to wonder whether that should be included in our contribution or not. If we're going to talk about diluting it, we get a funding model from White Sands or Roshan, and there's some concern about that model. But we don't have a funding model for a contribution to the Stettler Ag Society. That's just 100% dilution from the rec board fund.
CAO Costi has a comment that.
Yeah, so in our recreation agreement, what we pay the town is to fund every recreation facility or event that takes place in the town of Stettler. Town of Stettler has chosen to just put the recreation funding into SRC. The Stettler Ag Society is kind of an anomaly because the town didn't want them, and the county didn't. There was a lot of county members, so at that time, what did we give them, $7,000, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Operational assistance, flat rate. What we did was said, we're giving the town of Stettler this much money. If you're going to have, or you want to build a soccer field, you go to the town of Stettler because the county's already contributed to recreation. The only one that was taken out of that agreement that we would look at funding differently was anything to do with Clearview. And that's why we equally put in for the track. But we did not designate that that money would go strictly to SRC. That was the town's decision, and that's what the town does with it.
I don't think the town contributes to the Ag Society, or I don't think the curling rink either.
No, they don't contribute to either, which has been questioned quite heavily by the people who use them, so.
Yeah. I mean, that's their municipality's prerogative, that's their ratepayers to deal with.
It's recreation though, so like.
It is, I agree totally, Larry, but again, we can't.
That's our council's.
That's their council's decision.
The Ag Society, though, this is not the first discussion we've had about funding the Ag Society, but the Ag Society does, may be situated in the town of Stellar, but does promote rural within, definitely within those boundaries, plus the farmer's market, plus. So,
That comment was not a slight at that particular group. I support them. They bring a lot of good to the community. I'm just,
Yeah, the town wouldn't fund them way back when, and our recreation agreement does not say that, you know,
but if I had to vote to the fact that it was Stellar, that it was White Sands Recreation Board, whatever they're called, or Stellar Ag Society, I wouldn't be much of a vote. I mean,
So do we have a motion on the table to go ahead with this or, but that funding model is a separate issue, whether we bring them on board or is this the time to make that decision? Like, or should that board be making that decision? Who makes that decision?
council would make that decision because it's money, right? And yeah, it's revenue to the county of Stellar. So you have to decide, and I think you have to be upfront about it because all of a sudden, if White Sands thinks, well, we're gonna pay at the same rate that we've been paying into Stellar Waste, and then you decide that you wanna go and number developed properties, that would be different for them.
that would be different for Roshan also too.
Yeah, and
Our other villages, though, like Big Valley, I know with Gatsby, Botha, before they became hamlets, the halls are servicing the rural areas there very much. So, but like, as I said, unless, Roshan Sands, I've been to events there, but I didn't even know until last year that White Sands had a hall up there.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would think that we would probably invite them in because there is no stipulation that once they're in, they can't pull out, right? They can pull out at any given time. So if we invited them in and then, but with the cautionary tale that we are definitely going to be looking at a model change because we've been looking at a model change for a long time. This isn't something that just happened. Invite them in and say, hey, yeah, the door's open, but we are going to be reviewing this. It could substantially change your contribution, at which time you can then decide whether you want to stay or go. That would be my opinion on it.
With the villages of, the normal village, Denelda and Big Valley, what's the funding model for them?
so whatever the census says their population is, so if we took a census tomorrow, Big Valley's was 400, Big Valley would pay 1750.
So this would put them on the same playing field, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Councilor Stevens?
I will, make the motion that we, allow White Sands to enter the regional recreation agreement.
Any questions, comments?
As a permanent, where you still,
I'm not sure if it should be two motions. The second being,
the funding, oh,
we instruct administration to reevaluate.
two motions.
But if I may add, I agree it should be two motions, but I think it hurts not to put in the letter at some point that the funding formula will be under review, just so they know.
Did you take that as a amendment?
Yes.
You're okay with that, Marlene?
Is that something we would bring back to the committee of the whole?
We could, but it's definitely gonna require a motion from council.
Yeah.
No, for sure. No, to bring it back, a motion council to bring it back to committee of the whole?
A motion to approve it after.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Any other questions on this motion we have on the table? Seeing none, I'll call it. All in favor? Carried. Councilor Stevens?
I'll make another motion that we instruct administration to bring back options for the funding model for the Stettler Regional Recreation Agreement.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's very timely because we're going into budget negotiations and I think that's where we are deliberating.
So I do it after budget.
No, during budget. I think it works very well so that we can work it going into the 2023 budget. So I think it's an important one.
Any other questions, concerns on that? All question, all in favor? Carried. Okay, request for decision, Erskine Curling Club ANI, page 20 of the package.
Erskine Curling Club has come to the County of Stettler looking for coverage for insurance. The Erskine Curling Club, it's a volunteer-run nonprofit, been incorporated since 1957. They house many men's and women's curling club events every year. They have acquired insurance with another insurance agent, but they've received a quote from RMA and now are interested in becoming an ANI under the County of Stettler. So they're looking for liability, property, and bond and crime insurance for their organization. There's no financial implications to the County of Stettler. We would bill them approximately $4,201 is what the quote was for their insurance needs. And this cost is passed directly to the society, so no additional expenses incurred by the county. So the options for consideration is the County of Stettler approved the Erskine Curling Club's request to become an ANI under the County of Stettler insurance policy to obtain liability, property, and bond and crime, or we do not approve the Erskine Curling Club as an ANI under the County of Stettler.
Thank you, Maureen. Councillor Stevens? I'll make the motion that we move forward with option 1, and approve the insurance policy. Just as we bring in all the groups, I know we've got skating rinks and other. What does it do to the liability for the county? It may cost us nothing, but what could it do to our insurance in the future?
Well, our insurance is pooled, right? And so it doesn't just necessarily depend on how many claims we have. It's kind of throughout the area. We got nailed a few years ago when our insurance really took a jump when somebody had fallen off a bleacher at a skating rink and had a very bad head injury, and then all our insurance went up, but it wasn't in the county, so.
It was everywhere.
Yeah.
This is RMA insurance.
I know, I understand. I just wanted to see from a liability basis what.
But it's really hard for these clubs to or anybody, rodeos, skating rinks, ag societies to get liability insurance. It's so expensive, and at least here it's a little more reasonable.
This quote is less than half of their other previous low quote, so this is a substantial help to them.
That's correct.
So should we make a non-drinking facility? Would it be cheaper for them then?
That's how they make all their money, so I would say.
Oh, okay, right.
Also, I think we charge
We
it.
would be better off just paying the $8,000.
Yeah.
And we can if we continue to.
Okay.
I think we charge a small admin fee.
Yeah, we do.
So we make a little bit on it for our times.
Yeah, there is.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried.
Joe, you're a good curler? Good Scottish man has to curl, throw some rocks.
I play as kid curling, but do the bagpipes.
Good answer.
Not very well at either.
We'll take him curling in Erskine, Justin.
I think we'll cover one more. I just seen lunch going past, so we'll go to 7.7, request for decision, Public Library 2023 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Andrew, did you want to take this, or do we want Councillor Stewart to take that?
Councillor Stewart.
Councillor Stillberg will probably have more information than I do, or know the budget a little better.
I was thinking maybe someone from the board and administration of the library were going to be here to present this, but I can go over it. The Personnel and Finance Committee reviewed the 2023 budget with the library manager. Then it was presented to the library board for approval to send to the county and town for approval. We have an intermunicipal library board with the town. The budget, I mean, there was a lot of budget lines cut and a lot of budget lines held the same. Where they found the jumps were in insurance, in some wages. They have not given staff cost of living since about 3 years ago. They've held it just to, and then of course with the cost of living this year jumping so much, they do have to give a cost of living of a few percent. So there was a few increases in cost. So what they're asking for is an increase over last year's requisition of 0.66%. So about 2/3% is all it amounts to. And that's what they're hoping, or they've held their requisitions at zero for a while, I think. So this is going to see a small increase. The county portion is less than $1,000. What is it? Yeah, less than $1,000 to the county. So that's what they're asking for.
Questions, concerns?
So I guess typically this would be moved to budget process, or is something like this can be approved today? Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see it go to budget, but it is a nominal amount, and I don't think that we're gonna stop funding the library, especially as long as you're on council.
Well,
It is a nominal amount, so
it is very,
yeah, it could be approved.
well, then I will make my motion for option 1 to approve it, being it doesn't change much and they haven't asked in the past. And also, it hinges on the fact that they are doing more and more work within the county. And it also hinges on the fact that this is a joint venture with the town. And it's really good for, I guess, public relations with the town to fund it the same as they are. So with that, I will move option 1 to approve the library budget as presented.
Any questions on that? Seeing none, I'll call it. All in favor? Carried.
Mr. Chairman, I'll give you a motion not to adjourn, but to recess.
Recess for lunch. Thank you.
All in favor? Carried. Item 7.8, request for decision, CAO evaluation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is annual housekeeping the council does. This is just a motion to confirm that the CAO's performance evaluation was complete and approved.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You had your hand up. Yours talk.
Information, Councilor Grover, okay?
Do we not have to?
Okay, I make the motion to approve it.
Yeah, I don't think we can receive it for information, but we should make it as per discussed.
As per discussed, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be option.
As per discussed.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? All question, all in favor? Carried. 7.9, request for decision, town member on rural crime watch, page 24 of the package.
All right, what to do now?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this was, we did some research and we found out that we had discussed this earlier on in the year. And we had a discussion at the committee of the whole. And Clint did a bit of a memo, kind of, I thought it was pretty cool, uniquely, to tell you the pros and cons of whether or not a town councillor would sit on our rural crime prevention board. Did I get that right? Yeah. Thanks. I thought he did this in a pretty cool way.
But if the one con, would we be paying them as a member at large, or would we, should the town not be paying them if it's sitting on a joint committee?
I would say it would fall into that. It would be the town's responsibility.
Yeah, you can certainly make that the condition of approval.
Councilmember?
So I think when we originally put this forward, the whole rural crime committee was the idea that we were getting a lack of communication with the town and the RCMP at the time, and we were just feeling that we were not being, our voices were not being heard. And I get the idea of having a town representative on this, but they've changed nothing to try and, I guess, offer up or help us either. So, and maybe this is what we should be doing. I don't know. I'm just saying that the reason we set it up was that we wanted to focus on rural issues. I don't want to see this turn into a case where our committee now starts focusing on town issues in a go forward position. So I don't know. I'm a little hesitant on this one. That's all I guess I am.
Councilor Dever?
I find that there could be some crime that could be within the rural and it'd be extended into town. Like I wouldn't mind, okay, if they wish to put one on, but it's at their expense.
I think it all happens. If it happens in rural, it ends up in town because that's where the RCMP station is. Hopefully that's where it ends up. And now do we then now look at Camrose County? Do we look at Bashaw Detachment? Do we look at Red Deer County, Lacombe County, Payne Earth? Do we go to special areas in Starland and say that we want, like, I get where you're coming from. Crime is that issue, but I would hate for this committee to lose focus on rural.
Councilor Stevens?
I'll go back to something I said at our meeting with the RCMP K Division. The bulk of our crime is a very select few repeat offenders, and they commit crimes in town, rural, the crossover is there. I am less concerned about the focus on rural being diluted by one extra board member. I think we still have an extremely healthy majority of rural people on that board. So I'm less concerned about it being diluted, and I do think that there is crossover. The town and the county are dealing with the same handful of repeat offenders.
I guess from a support basis too, is at least we're here, communication, we're hearing the same conversation, maybe at the table, with the RCMP, and I don't know, somebody said that it was Staff Sergeant that was kind of wanting this too, so maybe he wanted everybody at the table, so they're hearing the same thing and talking, drinking from the same teapot, eh? I don't know, that's. Apparently, our CPOs feel that there's pros to this event.
They do. I think for the same reasons that Councillor Stevens outlined.
Counselor Silver?
And then for the RCMP, they don't have to repeat everything twice, like two separate meetings. They have the joint audience.
I mean, and this has been one of the biggest reasons that we had it, the RCMP, because the town does pay a substantial amount of their funding, was reporting to them at the time on a monthly basis, and we weren't getting updates. That was one of the biggest other reasons that we were doing this, and I don't see the RCMP saving any time, because if they have one representative, they're still going to be reporting, Staff Sergeant is going to be reporting to all of council, because that's how they do it. I mean, short of having your mayor be the representative, and maybe that would be the case, I don't know. That would be, that, I mean, I don't think they're going to change how they deal with the town as a whole, because the funding model set up, they spend like literally millions of dollars to deal with the RCMP. What is their contribution? 1.5 million or 2 million that they pay for?
1.1, 1.2.
1.2 million, so $1 million anyways. So it's a substantial budget line item for them. So
From a community policing model, though, and I think that's where Staff Sergeant Halliday wants to kind of be from. It's to have involvement from all parties, because so much of it does cross over. Then it's up to him to be talking to the sergeants out of the Red Deers and other detachments on what's crossing over between municipalities too. So that's the only, I don't think especially when I looked through this slide right here, I thought there was probably more pros than cons, as long as they picked up their own tab on it. I saw benefit in it also. And really not much Border Trade can be compared. Councilor Stevenson.
I will make the motion that we go with staff recommendation 1, with the caveat that the town picks up the cost for that representative. When we talk about intermunicipal relations, the fact that they've expressed interest, this is kind of a pretty low bar group and organization. I think we agree on 99% of rural crime prevention. So I think it's an easy one to build relationships with.
Questions, concerns?
just, we are keeping our 2 council members on.
Right forth at the organization.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I'll call it. All in favor? Opposed? Council members opposed. Carried. 1-0, request for decision, Reed Gadsby Rural Water Contract, contract 1, tender award.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pretty self-explanatory. I also included a memo in front of you just to give you an idea of what we've got invested in the project today. All the pipe for all 3 phases is sitting at the shop, along with the valves, tees, gaskets, tracer wire, the geotechnical services, and the locates.
Councilor
Councilmember.
Andrew, can you bring up the map for this particular bid again?
I'm taking a second.
Okay. So how is this compared, the money that you gave us of that, is that for all or just this particular project?
It's for all. So,
'Cause there's
we,
three.
we basically have 3 million to spend. We could borrow from reserves for the, additions that we get each year, but we have 1.751 basically sitting in the bank. You take off the pipe, we've got another 1 million, so we could borrow from reserves if you want to award the contract today. I mean, you can award, you can, not award, you can, wait till the spring and re-tender if you think there might be some cost savings in the spring. This weather kind of hit everybody a little off guard. We're boring quite a bit of it. I don't think it would make a huge difference.
Refresh my memory, so how much of this is grant money?
All of it,
All grant,
the federal gas.
it's all grants, it doesn't have to come out of general revenue?
No, it'll come out of deferred revenue because we keep getting the allocations in the city. We were piggybacking it. I think it did come in a lot, I think with the price and the inflation, to do all 3 phases, did come in a lot higher than what we thought it was gonna be. So we have some alternatives. If we approve phase 1 and go on to phase 2 and phase 3, then we're either gonna have to borrow or we're gonna have to look for other grant sources. There's some planning that we have to do.
The,
I think D2 would be the pork farm? No, D2 is it?
Yes.
Which you were, going to participate in 12 units.
So that's 180,000.
180,000, and that's not taken into account here, is it?
No. And this price also has GST and we always get GST back. There could be some efficiencies. We're seeing most of the work being done on Shirley McCollum coming in a little under what the bid was.
It is quite interesting to see the difference in the bids though, and that the outfit that is low bid is the one that did White Sands to Roshan Sands first phase.
Yeah.
Administration would have no concerns about going with United Utilities. They did the first phase of the Roshan Sands, Shirley McCollum expansion from White Sands to Choke Cherry Lane and did an excellent job, and cleanup was very good.
Councilor Stevens.
Without inspecting every meter of this, I'm having trouble wrapping my head around some of the provisional items in this tender. Right from riprap to concrete to gravel resurfacing. Maybe I'm missing something, but I don't foresee all those provisional prices coming into play. I'm not sure where we would be cutting up asphalt to have to replace it, for example.
There wouldn't be asphalt on any of that.
We have a provisional price in the tender.
I know.
I suspect, and I could be wrong, that I'd be shocked if we spent a third of that provisional pricing. I just don't see where we're replacing culverts in this project. I think some of these provisional items may have been a touch on the conservative side by our engineers.
That's what they do.
Is that your only build for what they do on that CO Casti? Or?
Yes, absolutely. They were quite a bit under the Roshan Sands job.
Yeah.
Even on the complete job, we didn't pay them close to what they had been. So they'll only bill us for what they do.
Correct. It does show up as a unit price that they would have to justify, whether it's cubic meters of gravel, et cetera, et cetera. So we wouldn't be on the hook for it. I was just trying to wrap my head around it. It does increase the price when you're looking at the estimate though. Councilor Gender?
I'd be very pleased to make the recommendation to, as your number one, to go ahead with this. It is also one, say, like when you look at, say, like the contingency, there's a 10% in there. Very seldom do you ever touch that. There's the part that Mr. Stevens was talking about, the $160,000 in there. So there is considerable amounts in there that are going to be very much over and above that very likely are not going to be touched. But for the pricing that they have got per meter on there is very substantial. We'll never see another low price like this again.
So, Mr. Chairman, there's 2 spots on there that I see that were on private land. Is that correct? For about roughly a mile and a half? That we're going over private land? I'm just having a...
There's one, F3 is on private land.
Okay, so are we, before we go to that F3, are we going to have the caveat in place before we step onto the land? We've had a very dismal track record of working on private land, and I'm not sure, do we have the caveat price in, and would that individual have to pay for putting the caveat in place since they're the ones that are getting the water to their property?
How would the caveat process work on that?
Typically, we would enter into the agreement to register the caveat, but the caveat with land title still pays wouldn't likely be actually registered on the title until afterwards, but the agreement would still legally cover us there, and we would bear the cost of that.
And that was based on pipe distance. If that line could have ran down from D3 in the ditch also, or you could run it across to the secondary, which is that yellow line to 852. And then you would have access, if you were concerned about that access on either side, you'd still have access, but you do have access up where it zigs across the top there.
We've had such a problem with working on private land, and I would feel more comfortable having the caveat in place before we went onto the property. And I mean, I would knock that F3 off of there for now, and I would definitely be in favor of going forward with this. And I think as part of our contractual obligation, we can do that. And then if we decide to go down from D3 down there, whatever works, right?
I don't agree with you at all. This person wants the water is in control of all the land that we cross, and will sign whatever is required to get the water to their place, and will, as Andrew said, if it's drawn up properly, that's maybe problems with our caveats in the past. They haven't been drawn up properly.
Well, we don't have the same power as the oil and gas. There's a termination of that, and then there'll be a flushing hydrant as well there. Like I see this as another issue that is going to cause our council and our administration grief if we don't do it right. We could always put that in at a later date. It doesn't have to go immediately.
Okay. How much grief have you had with property that was purchased from the Gatsby Water Co-op for access to water lines, for repairs, for flushing, etc.?
I'm not sure. I haven't ever asked Randy that.
It was water, that was land that was purchased.
No, it was all, actually, none of that land was purchased. We ran off private land, and it was all caveat. And I can sit here and tell you I've had zero problem.
Of a co-op who everybody is part of involved of.
But the county of Stettler now owns that. They've still had the access. Everybody honors what was there because it's servicing them for water.
And it is a caveat that was put in place, right? Yeah. Okay. And I have no problem. If we put a caveat across there,
And they were,
I believe the individual, our policy is we take it to your property line. Right? That's our policy. We take it to the property line and then you stub it into wherever you want. If he wants to bring it in from that between E4 and F4, I'm okay with that. Then he can put it across and he can run it from one end to the
that
other.
will never happen because we see what the costs are. So if you were gonna do that, then you would run it down from D3 down to the roadway would be.
Well, why wouldn't we do that then?
Because it was further.
How much further are we talking?
It was
Third of a mile, third of a
well, about a third.
So the cost of a caveat and less problems, I would think it'd be worth it.
If caveats are followed
Properly, they're not that problem. It happens all the time, Councilor Maddow.
I totally get it, but if it's done properly, and we should be done ahead of time before we start digging on somebody else's property.
You always file a caveat after.
Didn't work so well out in Both, I'm just saying.
There's different reasons with Both also too, because the work was done off right away, et cetera, with an agreement between a landowner that can stand up to his end of that. Councilor Stevens.
My question, what, if any, compensation are we gonna have to pay for crop damages, right away, et cetera? Because I don't see that listed anywhere, so that's my question.
If we bore it, there wouldn't be any crop damages.
It would be minimal.
Yeah.
But there would be digs, and he's willing to agree to that?
For the boreholes, et cetera, yeah.
Okay.
and that's why it was bored.
But it was supposed to be this fall too, when there was no, that's where we were thinking it would be. Councilor Gunner?
The only thing I never saw in there, like when we went around talking to the landowners, we said it will be bored. But on there with the numbers that are given it, it is not distinctly saying, telling these landowners that it is going to be bored. So this is something I would have in the contract that is going to say it is going to be bored on private land.
Favorite approach, so.
In the tender, it states that it has to be bored on private land. That's how the tender is written. I'm just a little bit surprised that there would be no crop damages whatsoever. And access to this flushing hydrant, et cetera, there's no access issues. We're not gonna be regrading and graveling and don't have to give notice or anything to access this in his yard.
From flushing hydrant, there'd be the construction piece, but then if they were utilizing enough water, which should be part of a contract also is, but you have to give access to your house. They have to be able to walk up to your outside tap. That's part of your utility, so they need to be able to take a sample. If they need to be able to take a sample, that's how that utility agreement is up, so.
So what is the cost of a third of a mile of going down the ditch?
I'd have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Roughly, what are we about? Is it $54 right now what this contract is?
This year it's running about, close to about $70 a meter.
That's an average on all pipe.
Yeah, so $70 a meter, and how a third of a mile is what?
Well, but 3,800 roughly.
We're looking at $3,500. Is that what I'm saying? Different.
It'd be half a kilometer, so yeah, it'd be 35 grand.
$35,000. I would be way further ahead coming down from D3 for the extra 35 and have no issues going forward. The headache would be solved and we would be not paying any crop damage. We don't have to do a caveat. We don't have to have their lawyers involved. And we're dealing with our own area. We put the flushing hydrant in our ditch. The guys could flush it at any given time. And then this individual hooks up just like everybody else.
Flushing hydrant wouldn't be in our ditch, it'd be in Alberta Transportation's ditch. So we could still flush, but you would still be able to flush. You just have to have it caveated to the point you have access to that flushing point. It's no different than a riser system on a pipeline system. It's no different.
The difference is AER doesn't have or has way more power than the individual of a municipality does. That's all I'm saying. If this property sells, if this property becomes defunct,
It's transferable.
yeah, it is, but what if they say, I don't want water anymore?
Just develop off.
Where's the valve at?
Right at the, between E4 and F4.
So we've put all that pipe in the ground for nothing.
Well, if you ran it from the north, you'd put all the pipe in the ground for nothing. You could run that short distance back out to the road for more water if you wanted.
What I'm saying is, if somebody across the road to the west side of 850 decides to put in a house, and we have that F3 line there, and that guy says, sells his property and says, I don't want water, take it off my property, then where are we at?
I guess at that point, the caveat as part of the contract could be for access right over to 852. And you could have that on that title. Your pipe ends where it ends because of cost today. And you have that accessibility to ever put it in again, to get over there, to put that water across the road, you could do that.
I'm not 100% sure why you guys have such a hell bent on putting it on private land. Like, I'm not sure.
Most of it is in ditches. It's to save money.
I know, but we're talking 35,000 to save ourselves such a headache. I'm not 100% sure where this very big concern of putting it on private land. It makes all the more sense that on F3, I cannot tee off of there anywhere. But if I come down from D3 all the way along there, I can tee off. I'm not sure where you guys are. Why is it such a stick in the mud for you?
Where do your natural gas lines run? Do you have natural gas there?
Again, AER. The power they have is unbelievable. We do not have that power. Larry, we've been here for a long time. You know the issues that we get into.
Gas co-ops don't fall under AER.
Utilities do. Yes, they do.
Gas co-ops don't. Councilor Grover.
Yeah, I was just gonna speak to the gas co-op thing. Actually, I did that for about 6 years. We put in pipe all the way from Medicine Hat to Peace River. And, because everybody wanted to have natural gas at that time. And we didn't pay, they wouldn't pay they didn't pay any, they didn't even pay crop damage, and the wheat was that high and headed out. I don't know, we never, I talked to the guy from Hannah, or way in there, that's East Central, gas co-op, and then you got Painter's gas co-op guys, I talked to them, once that easement's on there, it's on there, you gotta let them on there to go do their business, James. I think we're all right with it, as long as it gets filed and it's done properly, you're good.
So if you want to go to the north side, like, I don't understand how this caveat's going to work. I'm not sure the benefit going forward. So if the quarter section to the south wants to get water, how are we going to service them? From F3?
Yeah, you caveat it all
You
the
have
way.
to caveat the whole quarter.
No, you caveat it across from there to the road. And that's it.
52.
And then down the road, if you needed to run it, you've got the caveat on one.
Then you go to the Department of Highways to take it.
I just understand why we wouldn't just straight go down D3 and be done with it and never have to worry about caveats. We don't have to worry about anything else. It's simple. It is very much a KISS principle here for $35,000. It just seems so easy to me to move it down there. I'm not sure. And then anybody on either side, east or west of 852, anywhere along there, it is literally $15,000, put a tap in and Bob's your uncle. We're not getting caveats coming to the north or the south of F3. It is solve the problem.
But then when we talk contract 2, that picks up 2 or 3 people where we look C4, C5.
But our current money right here, we're not even on contract.
I'm just saying, though,
We're setting a precedence where we've already set a precedence. The county has ran across private land on the south project that come off of Henry Kruger. And it ran across private land there. Like I'm saying, from the experience, and we have sold, the Gatsby Water Co-op sold to the county of Stettler 8 or 9 years ago. And there hasn't been an access issue. The only thing that's been is a phone call that there's water where there shouldn't be water. Better get out and fix it.
Well, I think they were concerned that there was some crop damage because they were concerned of what water was leaking.
No, the one I'm talking about, it was just that there was ducks on the grass where there shouldn't be ducks. So, and it was, there was no damages paid for the repair or anything. Because it's a utility, it goes to the people's houses.
I guess I'm just confused, that's all. Where we have a serviceability to gain access to multiple access points versus no access points on F3. I cannot see where that makes any sense.
Councilor Stillberg.
The water line along Highway 52, is that open cut or bored?
It could be either, but the price that was listed, I think, from the first contractor was the same, was it not? Councilor Stevens.
I think it was only one or two on the high end side that gave any difference whatsoever between, I think it was vendor's choice versus boring, which leads me to believe that the bottom 5 or 6 bidders were going to bore it all.
If you move F3 off D3, that also starts your loop down to, what is it, J1 or whatever? J3 down at the bottom, doesn't it? I mean, it shortens up the loop going forward. I mean, the loop will be still there. You'll just take in all of D and E and F4. I'm just saying that helps the loop go forward.
So from an actual distance based, I
I don't see the same issue as what you see in it, Councilor Nyberg.
As far as tie-ins coming off F3,
Yeah, but you still are servicing 852 for that full stretch. If somebody really,
yeah, no, and I get that. All I'm just saying is future access to that, like, let's say it's a kilometer of pipe. If we put that kilometer of pipe down from D3, you have the possibility to stub off of it at any given point along that entire kilometer.
that's
right?
It's mile.
Yeah, okay, so if you put F3, you have nowhere to stub off it. You cannot take off of it at any given.
your caveat all the way across that corridor, yes, you could stop off.
You're gonna take across this guy's quarter from point A to point B,
You could have a caveat right.
but you're,
Run road to the other road.
And you would have.
but what I'm getting at is then you're getting, all you're doing is you're servicing the top and the bottom. The other one, you've got that whole west side. You're limiting, by leaving F3 there and not bringing it down from D3, you are limiting your access points and you are limiting the amount of people that can be serviced by a granted money. I just don't see it. The guy at F3 still getting his water. You are allowing multiple tap-ins all the way along for $35,000. If we got 2 services along 852, right? That would pay for it at no cost to the county of Stephen.
In that 1 mile region.
Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying. If you leave the F3, we're going to bore for a quarter mile either way.
It would be a half-mile radius because he owns that whole border, so.
Right, yeah, so, right? So it makes sense to me just to come down from D3, put the extra few shekels in and allow us the opportunity to have more taps. I don't understand why you guys are trying to hinder taps to your people. It makes no sense to me.
It was because the main trunk went on the.
And I get that, but you could service F3, the guy that's there easily, but allow us to have more opportunity to service our people.
They're shooting it.
There is a pretty good creek crossing in there, but I don't know. I guess if they're shooting it, it wouldn't be on the highway. There's a pretty good.
Yeah.
Creek crossing right there.
The reason we went over 1 mile to the east off of the highways, that there was already 2 people that were over there. Other than that, if we'd have gone at 852, we'd have had to back leg and there would have been more distance on it. In all the years that I have lived out there and worked out in that country, there has never been another new residence or place to live in there.
And the reason is because there's no water. Now you give them water, you have opened up your countryside. By doing this, you have made one landowner a winner by saying, listen, you're going to come across my property again. Absolutely. He's got a whole section. If you come down from D3, bang, bang, bang. 852 has got opportunity for taps all the way along at 0 cost to the county of Steppe. Like, honestly, you guys, the hindrance that you are putting on our people is crazy. And I'm talking the county residents, the people of Gadsby, the opportunity to open up the countryside.
You sound like you should be for Go West, young man.
Yeah, go West, young man. Put the water in and let's put some houses out there. Let's put the school back together.
So a couple things, just for numbers. Price per meter, based on this lowest tender, is $35.61. I believe we threw in another 35 cents a meter for tracer wire. Brings us out to $17,980 for an extra 500 meters. So you're talking about 18 grand. Doesn't change the mob or demob. It doesn't change the commissioning, the testing, all that would be static. So you're talking about an $18,000 change in price plus the cost of 500 meters of pipe. So that's your cost difference. Where I see the biggest downfall isn't so much on cost to make this adjustment from D3 going south to F3. It's more on the time. We are surveying, we're getting permission from Alberta Transportation because it's on a highway right away. We have to get land agents for crossing agreements potentially along there. I'm not sure what's in that lane. My biggest concern is if we make that change, chances are it isn't getting done in the next 2 months. It's being delayed to a future contract, which I'm all right with if that's the direction of the majority. I just, all cards on the table. That's your pros and cons.
What's a caveat cost us? $2,500?
The actual registration of it is peanuts, like.
Yeah, it would cost us to register. It would either we
Cost
put
legally to draw.
a stock one, but if not, we'd have to get the lawyers to revamp it so it fits our needs.
But they,
$1,500.
they could be starting their servicing on everything else, because F3 is going to be one of the last things they do. If they come off D3, I don't see there being a huge difference in timeline.
We have some locates to do. I've held them off. And this is from the other change you guys made. I've held them off till I figure out what's going on today. So then this new area would have to be located.
I don't think other than maybe a gas co-op line that there would be much for line crossings up there.
But I think that might be into the second contract.
So if you've got one extra tie-in from D3 to F3, that pays for any extra cost. If you get two, we start making money.
Well, it's not 500 meters, though, it would be,
It'd be
yeah.
500 meters on top of what, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, that's where the cost is, that whether you go off an F3 across east to west, or you go D3 to F3 north to south, it's only 500 meters difference. I would rather go through a public utility right away and have no issues go forward than go through private land.
But if I sit here and agree to this and we bring other contracts to the table where it makes sense to cross that and you still get that accessibility, we're going to argue like hell.
Sure, and I expect that to be the case. I don't have a problem. I see this as making sense right now, that's all. When we get to another contract, we'll deal with that as we see it. I haven't got there yet. I'm not even looking at two because I haven't seen the prices. So. And at the rate we're getting, I'm not sure we got enough money to do much anyway.
Get this one done properly.
So I would like to make a friendly amendment that we move make a small contract change to come straight down from D3 to F3 to service that property. He's already got a motion forward.
You already got a motion to do it. You're adding a motion to it. I'd like to talk to it. I think it should stay the way it is. You take it over to the other highway, you got access for them to go.
We are taking it. We're going to the same spot. We're not changing anything. All we're doing is allowing access.
Another 35,000 or 40.
No, 17. And we would be able to service, go north, and you got 4 quarters you'd be able to access to the north, just to the north of F3. It makes sense.
Well, you weren't including pipe price though either.
But plus the cost of
Plastic,
Yeah, there's water, et cetera.
So
You're
you'd be
35, you're almost,
I would say low to mid 20s would probably get you. For the addition.
You get 2 more services off that on the 2 quarters up there, or 4 quarters you have. I'd like to see some acreages put in there, that's all.
Have you driven that part?
Yes, I have, Ernie. Ernie, you do know that I own a tow truck, right? I've pretty much been over every road that I've been probably across every approach you've built.
But you know, it's one that it is so bald, there's not even a tree that wants to grow in there.
Look, I don't have any water. My gosh, has you not heard of that house? You live out there. You need water to grow trees, just so you know. I know you dirt farmers don't understand that, but you need water to grow trees. And kids, just so you know, kids. You need kids to have trees to grow water, so.
I will not go with that.
Okay, then I will make the motion that we do that as a non-friendly amendment.
I just, I have no problem with doing a caveat across private land if it's saving a lot of miles. But in this case, it is such a very little difference. I think it's advantageous to keep it in the ditch. And it doesn't change the project, and it doesn't change the scope of the cost that terrible much. And then, I guess as James has been saying all along, you got access along the highway if anybody should want to hook on. To me, it's not a big enough difference to cut across private land. It's almost as close to stay in the ditches. So, and it doesn't change the project much. It doesn't change the cost much. It just keeps more in the ditch. And then down the road in future projects, if you're saving a lot of money crossing, that's a whole different story. But in this one, I don't think we're saving enough money to really warrant going across private land.
We have a motion on the table. You will not accept the friendly amendment?
You have a motion on the table to
Just change the map, come down from D3 to F.
Go from D3 to DF3, right? That's what you want?
Same serviceability, everybody gets service, but just we run it through the private.
and it stays in the ditch that way. Because there is benefits. There's benefits to both. One saves money, but one does allow access off that road.
But it's, like Les said, it's not enough of a, and if we go to contract 2 and it looks like it's gonna save us thousands of dollars, yeah. And we still have the access to it, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so I'll call
Any other comments, questions? I'll call the question, that was the second motion on the table to
Amendment, it's an amendment.
take it from, D3 or the corner of D3, basically to the corner where F3 would be along 852. All in favor? Opposed? Defeated? Counselor Grover, Clark, McKay, and Gender.
No, we're opposed.
We're opposed to that amendment.
No, they're in favor, absolutely. Let's move forward with that.
Motion carried.
Oh,
I'm opposed.
in favor was Stevens.
Stephen Spielberg
and,
Mr. Nyberg.
We have the motion on the table to,
So is there any money that's gonna be used that's
Borrowed money on this, how are we paying for it?
We're paying it, right now, we'll pay for it out of the federal gas tax, or what do we call that, the Building Canadian Communities Fund. If we're a little bit short, we'll take it out of operations or reserves.
So do we have to make a motion to take the money out of, or should it be part of that? Motion to take the money out of reserves? Because we're not borrowing money for this, we're actually taking it out of reserves.
Yeah, I would word it something like, to be paid for with the Canada Community Building Funds. Any excess to come from operations or reserves.
So are we taking Canadian Building Fund, the 23 amount out of there, or how, like, when will we actually be paying this? When do we get that grant money come in?
We've got 1.7 in the bank right now.
Right, and with it, I'm just saying, if we pay for the
Pipe, but
pipe and this project, we're
at $1 million something, and then, I would be very surprised if we hit the 1.4. I mean, it's GSD's
But it-
1.3 anyway, right?
I'm just wondering, coming forward, to make it easy for you guys going forward, we don't have to bring it back to us, is,
Just say, to use Canada Building Funds and then anything over and above to come out of reserves.
yeah, and with the 23, when do you get that grant money?
But we get it in February, yeah, we
So
filed.
we probably won't pay for this in February anyways, will we?
We'll probably pay for it this year. These guys want to get going now.
Okay.
I've got those other locates to do, and then this thing could be turned over to him.
But these numbers, to me, it looks like for what we've spent on materials, plus the tender, we would be utilizing the healthy sum that previous councils have saved up for this project, plus 2023 and 2024's.
23s and 24s, so we're actually, utilizing all our gas packs.
And we borrow a reserve, so when we get the money, just like how we, the dirty word here, how we built the shop. We borrowed out of reserves as we got the allocation, we paid it.
MSI granting was what was paid back in 3 years, right?
Right, that was how we paid for the shop, and this
We had to vote for
building, community.
No. Can't vote for this. That going across private line don't scare me a bit.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. You know where you'd be getting the money from? Council.
Reserves to be reimbursed, future allocations.
So it was, option one.
Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Counselor Nyberg. Request for decision, strategic plan adoption.
Option, page 33 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nikki, I'll let you speak to this.
Yes, council completed their workshops for the 2023 to 2026 strategic plan last month. And we compiled the results of their workshops, and council then went through and prioritized items under each section as they had identified them. And so before you today is the compilation of your workshops and your priorities for your review and consideration.
Questions or clarification? Councilman Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, we do this to build our budget, basically. And this may be the first time that I've ever seen Public Works and Infrastructure have 3 points. We were missing a key component of our team at the time when we were doing this up. I'm just wondering if we shouldn't take this back, revisit it, and have an opportunity to let our new Director of Public Works give a go at this and just see if there's something else that he may want to add to it. It just seems, I'll be honest, the number one item that we spend in this budget goes to Joe. So at the end of the day, to only see 3 points on there, unfortunately, I had to miss the last consultation we did on this, or workshop we did on this. I see this as like this. I mean, you look back at our other ones, there should be 7 points in there. Just my thoughts. I mean, ultimately, Joe will just keep coming back and we'll be taking it out of reserves, but I would rather put it into the budget ahead of time. So let the man have a little go at it and see if he, not that I didn't think Dan did a good job, Dan's shy.
Back to administration, thoughts on that, CEO?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. Joe's getting his feet underneath him, and he'll work with his team. He's got a great team, but we do a lot of what's on there.
There's some of those statements are pretty big statements. so
Yeah, they're pretty
there's a lot of
big line item. Yeah.
Councilor Gender?
I just find that our biggest budgeted roads, and there's hardly, the only word I saw in there was road tours. So it's something that, how we're gonna manage them whether Joe can expand onto that, by all means, like with Dan, and say, okay, this is what we've learned in the past. Do we continue on that route? Do we change it? By all means, anything that you can bring forward to us, be appreciated.
And I'm okay with going forward with this. I just think if we talk about the talk that everything that when we make a decision, an RFD or any of that, it should go back to how does it relate to your strategic plan? Well, there's going to be a little bit of less money in the pot for Joe. That's okay. We'll put it in tag services or administration. We always wanted a whiteboard, didn't we?
And, but from,
Point back to the presenter on this, do you need approval on this today?
No, definitely, if council wishes to add more to it, we will make an opportunity to have that happen because this drives what staff does. So you need to be happy with it before we make it into play.
so to CAO and then back to your new director, what your thoughts, because he's not, I've seen two different facial expressions.
You're in the headlight look. Yeah, I think that, we'll sit down with Joe and Kara and Dan and Brad, and we'll, take a hard look at going forward. See, I think we will probably end up elaborating a little bit more on the 3 points already made, and then we'll set a date and council, we'll just have Public Works in here and you can hear from all of them and we'll decide what makes the strategic plan. Does that work?
Yeah, I think so. But we could probably do that before December and still pass it this year.
We're like in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, we are. Yeah. So it might be a January strategic plan, but we still at least have your direction for other things going forward, but I'm doubting the budget.
Our work for committee of the whole, I know that's only a week. Our
Committee of the whole is only just better than a week away, like 9 days. But could we have looked at that list a little bit and so we can discuss it there and still meet our other deadlines? It's just, it does look pretty lean.
We're doing budget meetings the rest of this week, so we could probably flesh out some budget items that probably belong on the strategic plan anyway, so. We can do our best.
Councilor Stevens, I'm not opposed to delaying this. I certainly appreciate the stance. If you're gonna hold a cook accountable, he's gotta have some input into the ingredients going into this, so I appreciate that. But I don't know if it's as big of a showstopper for me. I consider this a bit of a living document. As things change and evolve, we update the strategic plan. It looks substantially different than it did last year. So if an opportunity arises, I expect that we jump on it, whether or not it's on the strategic plan or not. And in fairness to our new director, it will take him a considerable amount of time to really flush out his biggest priority list. There will be a learning curve there.
Like I said, Mr. Chairman, it's not a showstopper for me. I see it as courtesy to that.
And if we could carry it till next week.
Honestly, we don't need this document until we go straight into budget deliberations where staff will say, well, no, you can't have that in the budget item. You didn't put it as a strategic highlight. Where I don't want to see us go is, no, you can't have it because it is very important to gravel these roads. It's not on your strategic plan or anything. So.
Or you could say the points we have under public works are very big little points that could include a lot of things that aren't broken out too. So.
Why don't you table it? We'll bring it back in December and we'll take a shot at it. Committee of the whole. Work for you guys.
Well, more than happy.
I'm more than happy for the comments from the table and appreciate the opportunity to add to the list. Understanding it's a living document as well, but yeah, I'm more than happy to bring it back as well and I'll add to it or put some more detail onto it. Thank you.
Motion to table.
Mr. Stillbird?
I'll move that we table this strategic plan till the December meeting.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Request for decision, meeting date with Roshan Sands, page 37 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we did receive a email from Roshan Sands requesting a meeting with council. So I thought I'd better put it on the agenda, see if you could come up with some dates. From administration standpoint, if any of it isn't urgent, I'd like to push it off until 2023. We're getting a little swamped here.
With budget and with everything else. Counselor Stevens? I'll actually make that motion that we defer this meeting until the new year. The one item that they identified as somewhat pressing was the snow plowing agreement. We jumped that to the front of the line. And if we're gonna have this meeting, I want it to have value. And since they're likely their biggest item that they want to discuss is lagoon access, and since we are patiently waiting for Alberta Environment to get back to us on this, I don't see us any value in having a meeting to discuss when we're gonna book the next meeting.
Yeah. That's the height of government.
Okay, is there any other comments? Call the question, all in favor? In favor, Counselor?
Yeah.
Carried. 7.13, request for decision, the Shirley McClellan Regional 2023 budget, additions, page 7.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So we received an email from the town a couple weeks ago and realized that rates were going up and that we needed to raise our water rate in Shirley McClellan to be able to balance the budget. I've also increased the administration fee to Shirley McClellan from the County of Stellar by $20,000. And that is to help compensate for some of the extra work that we've had to put in, especially on the installation of the lines with the grant funding and the application and all the paperwork that goes with it. So this budget would see our water rate that we would pay Shirley McClellan increase by 10 cents per cubic meter. Didn't say that?
Well, that's the main thing, is the 10-cent increase.
And that was both on metered to the towns and truck fills.
Right, the truck fill will go up. The board approved this budget yesterday.
But we'll see different
Information, but basically,
They gave us permission to send it out for your approval or disapproval. We have 30 days in which to get back to them, so I asked for Andrew and Michelle to bring it forward to this meeting, so we had lots of time.
which in turn we'll have to talk, when through budgeting, what water utility pricing will be in the county too.
Yeah, I would imagine we would want to come in December with a new utility rate bylaw.
If we disapprove it, doesn't mean squat, does it?
Well, if the majority, if everybody else approved it. We meet with the town of Stettler on behalf of Shirley McClellan on the first week of December. Which they just kind of, there was no warm up to this whatsoever. It was just, this is what the increases are going to be. So we haven't even had a chance to actually talk to them about it, but understanding where they're showing the price increases, everybody's seeing it on parts and on chemicals and things like
They
that.
must have a skookum power bill.
Yeah.
Right, like the power must have went through the roof. There somewhere should
We
put
paid a
full.
portion of it.
At the transfer station.
Yeah.
But not the street.
Oh, right.
At the plant, their pumps must be.
So we have two options for consideration. More is.
Where are you guys at? Where do you feel it's at a reasonable rate, yeah?
Well, and it's what we have to do at Shirley McClellan, what we're bringing through.
Both,
The motion that we,
both water commissions are paying over $3 per cubic meter for water. We are. And we're definitely paying less with Shirley McClellan than we are with Starland Stellar. So,
I'd make a motion that council's recommendation, no comment. Nothing. Let them know we don't have no concerns.
other questions, concerns? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. Unfinished business, 8.1 CP rail crossings, page 38 of the package.
So, sorry, we just got this phase 2 of the water line tenders closing and Amber's gonna go sit in. So unfinished business, is that where you're at?
Yes, we're under CP rail crossings.
Right. So we just wanted to let you know where this was at, because this was the direction of council that we contact CP. Nikki did an awesome job contacting these guys, like I think 20 times. And we finally got a response back to them. They called it non-compliance. If it's non-compliance, I'd like to see what compliance looks like, because those are the roughest crossings I've ever seen. Anyway, we enclosed a copy of the letter that we sent them and basically their response. And Dan's done more to fix the crossings up there than CP Rail has.
Councilor Everett?
So, Mr. Chairman, just a little bit of background, maybe for more for the public than anybody, but I received a number of complaints in my area after they revamped the rail lines over there, and we actually at one time went to fix up a couple in our area, and CP chased us off, so we just went back when they weren't around and fixed them, and then they sent out this compliance officer. Had we not done that, I think this letter may, well, and I don't know, it seems to me when you hire the consultant, you may get the answer you want. That's just my opinion. But I just want everybody to know the county of Stettler is doing their due diligence and trying to mitigate some of the issues. And there's still, this is going to be an ongoing issue, because as much work as we can put in there, they get pounded out regularly. 835, I don't know if anybody's driven over it lately. They're going to be, yeah. What I don't understand, in the Nevis crossing, they put in a cement barrier. The Nevis crossing gets 5 vehicles a month, maybe.
That's on the east side of Nevis, just.
Yeah, just straight west of Nevis, just where you come up the hill, right? It's the little short piece between Highway 11 and Highway 12. And they put cement crossing in there. And I knew the guy that was doing it, a friend of mine through hockey. He was the CP's guy. And I said, are you guys in the wrong spot? Like, is this not supposed to be at 831? No, this is where we got. This is where we're supposed to. He says, it makes no sense to me, James, but this is where we're supposed to be. I did actually 835 4 or 5 years ago. I went on social media and tried to shame them. Maybe got a little bit of response because they did replace it, but it's just thrashed again. Like they put those wood, what do you call it in there? I don't know what do you call the railway ties, but they're not ties, the railway pieces. But as those big trucks coming over there now, there's bolts already coming up out of the ground. So I don't know what compliance or non-compliance would mean. Pretty soon somebody's going to lose an oil pan there. So.
The gravel roads, at least we can do something with that, but it's very difficult to do something with provincial road.
Well, if you bring that map back, if you look, so the one to the very far west, that is pavement on one side, gravel on the other, or the far east, sorry. A little bit further down is right where the Hutterite colony is, and that is pavement on both sides, but it's chewed right up. So we end up putting, what do you call it in there? Cold mix, and do the best we can to pack it in there. And then right at where the Highway 12 is the Heartland Marine Crossing. Again, light traffic there, but a lot of light traffic. Again, pavement on one side and cold mix on the other. And the one that's yet again west of that is light traffic, but again, it's it isn't as bad, but it wasn't really bad at one time. So they did do a little bit of work on that one, and so did our guys.
Yeah,
that's gravel, and it's
We fixed the Liverpool Road one, and our guys did an excellent job on that one. It was awful too. 835 is terrible, and we can't touch it because it's commercial power.
Mr. Stevens?
I mean, the time of year is gone of doing any work, or it'll be spring when this rears its ugly head. Quick question for administration. Is there any value in reaching out to our partners at G3 the next time we have a list of complaints to see if they'll support us? Because they have been very good partners who heavily use this railway. Perhaps a support letter from them could carry some weight.
Well, I'm sure they're hearing from the truck drivers that are coming in there on a regular basis, how beautiful the railroad crossing at 835 is. But air ride seats only go so far.
And with that, I'll give you the motion to receive the information. Not sure what else we do
Do you
this
want
week.
us to send another letter stating that we disagree with their findings, or?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if I may, our MP for Battle River Crowfoot had offered previously to go to bat a little bit for us, and since we've got even further to nowhere, perhaps we write a letter to him.
That's a good idea.
That would be a good idea.
Ask them to drive it.
He probably has. So contact Damien and ask for his support.
I will amend my motion to include a letter to our MP.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. 9.1 memo, dust abatement trial results, page 42 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is something that Public Works did this fall. We had some trial areas. Dan's put together a presentation, so I'll let him take it. Red Deer County has requested this information after you see it. They want to know what we found out. I've drove a couple of these. There's one off of 835 west on the Warden Road. That thing is awesome.
It is.
Yeah. But Dan, I'll let you comment.
Just wanted to, I guess, start the conversation on what you guys think about these things, and what you want to see going forward. If you want to choose them all going forward and offer it to the ratepayers, or if we want to just, what you guys want to do.
Okay, well, Dan, they all came with a slightly different price, different application. Prices basically based on time. But I guess from your opinion, if we were to do some of these hills and things that we're doing, what one would we be looking at? Like, the Bolson Hill or the Fritz Hill off of the highway?
I'm a big fan of the MG30. I think it handles washboard better than calcium, or cuts it down better than calcium. It's a little bit more money, but not much. Very little. I think that's the best option at that price point, I guess. The ultimate would be the MC250, but that's a lot of money.
And that MG30, do you feel like it's, like you say, their roads develop stronger faces requiring less maintenance each year? Would this be an application every year until you got to a point where you maybe?
That's something we'd have to watch and see. We've only done it for the one season, so we got to keep doing it to really find out how well it'll.
Councilor Neighbor?
So Dan, when you're talking about these, like the mold price on these, if we only had the one that you said is a little bit more expensive, I can't remember which, the MG 30, you like it, but it's more expensive, right? So is it an option to offer people both? Or is it the mold price that is where we get into a factor that makes it really expensive? Like, is it all or nothing for these good things, or where are we at?
Well, the MG30 is 1920 for that 200 meters, and the calcium is what, 100?
$14.72, so you're $500, so it's
7 cents a liter difference.
But I'm just talking like if we had two of them that were out there,
Yeah.
is that gonna be too expensive to have them mobilized for two? Or do they need 10? Is there a minimum amount of jobs they need to do to make it available to come out here and do it? I mean, I have no problem allowing the customer a decision if they want to spend more money and put a different product on. That's their ball.
Well, I think it'll be fine to offer both because I plan on putting the MG30 down on all of our county stuff.
Yeah.
So even if we only get a few ratepayers that want it.
Yeah.
We'll in with ours too, so we'll have to problem that.
Not a problem.
Yeah, the ratepayers that wanted that we heard from that wanted to go back to the old coal mix style kind of, I think that MG 250.
That's the MG 250.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. And it just kills the dust. I mean, the minute you hit it, it kills it. But I was down in Wheatland County and they had the coal mix dust control and then gravel on either end. And it was just eating away at the edges of the pavement. And it was actually kind of dangerous. It just, would break away and kind of humps. This stuff doesn't seem to want to do that from what I could see. It might be the alternative for that ratepayer that wants to pay more money, but wants to kill that dust, right?
You're talking the MC 250.
Yeah.
So you can grade it.
Would we relay that, Dan, or would we just let it sit?
You can add to it the next year and the right.
You can, it takes a lot, but you can work it up.
Yeah.
It has to be a hot summer day. You can work it up.
Work it up and read and give it more oil and put it back down. Oh, it works pretty good.
It works good. It takes a lot of time.
Okay, with this though, the clear thing we'd have to do if we do more than one offer is to make sure that the people that are buying straight calcium understand that it's champagne taste and beer budget. You're buying cheap beer, right? You're not buying champagne and you could, how it stood up for us, it could be dusty. I don't know how you rank it because typically people think if they're getting the same thing for the different dollar values that they will pick cheap. Councilor Stillberg?
I guess this question is to Dan or council. I had a ratepayer approach me at the Royal Bank about our dust abatement program, and it was from the Erskine area, and he wasn't impressed with whatever was used in his area. Do you know what product he'd be talking about? TR?
Who was it?
Terry
Rowley.
Rowley.
DL10 special.
DL10 is what he was referring to? Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't happy with using that, or you were? Yeah.
I'm okay with using it for sure, but
It's not in your, oh yeah,
it is, yeah.
it's very last, sorry.
It works really well, but for the people that have used it for 2, 3, 4 years in a row, it really works well. It's excellent, but the guys that just put it down every second year, every third year, or brand new ones, it doesn't work well.
So this might have been a new project that he was looking at.
That was, who was it?
Terry Rowledge.
Terry Rowledge. Oh, I'm sure,
Yeah.
I'm sure he's had it many times.
Yeah, I'm sure he
I think he may have missed a year. I think. I'd have to look back, but it's
Yeah.
But I guess if that is a concern, he should put in a ratepayer request and that could be explained to him if he did miss a year. Or with this product, did you get a lot better service if you do it every year? Councilor Stevens?
Some of that may be an educational piece as well, since DL10's somewhat of an oil asphalt type mix.
the DL10
Yeah,
emulsion.
an emulsion.
Well, there's water in it.
Okay. So it is, depending on what their expectations are, if they're after that harder surface oil mix, they may not fully appreciate what they're getting at the time. And that is somewhat of a risk with I'm good with giving people choices. you're covering the cost. If you want to choose A through F, what difference does it make to me? But I do fear that two things may happen if we offer too many choices. A, we want to do it in a cost-effective manner, so we want to wait and delay this until there's a full truckload of chemical to be used up. And you explained for the one product, that's not really an issue, but for the other ones, it could be. So if we have people that have to wait 5 weeks until there's enough volume for a full truckload, they likely won't be happy. And the more options we give them, it will become an educational piece and may create a bunch of extra staff time in trying to explain what to expect from each one.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think part of what we should be doing with this is, and I agree, I don't think you need to give them, 5 different options, but I think, good, better, best is something that's out there for most stuff that you're able to buy. I agree with all that you're saying, Mr. Stevens. I'm wondering if when we sign the agreement, is there a fact sheet that comes out with it? This is what you should expect. If this is your first time around, you're not going to get the same effect that your neighbor that has been doing it for multiple years. If you want the harder product, this is what you should expect. Some of these pictures, this explanation right here could go with it and say, here is a spot that what you're looking at, go look and see if that's what you want. Here is a spot, what you're looking at, go look and see if that's what you want. Sometimes, people come in here and they go, yeah, I like dust control. And a few years ago, I had some dust control done. My wife to this day still is not happy. She won't let me do it again because she said I won't say what she said we did with money. But it didn't hold to what we were expecting. And expectation is where you should be at on all of that. So that's my concern, is what are we telling people to expect? And then I phoned in to get the quote on reapplication, and I got a really low quote, and I'm thinking, yeah, I don't think that's the stuff I'm looking at. Then I got a phone call back later, oh no, that was the wrong stuff. The stuff you wanted was this stuff. So that concerns me a little bit, and I'm not saying staff made a mistake on that or what the situation was. Maybe I didn't explain myself very well, but I'm just wondering if there is some miscommunication. We could do better with a fact sheet. Here's pictures, here's examples, you pick, right?
I do plan on being more involved this year when we're doing the applications and being brutally honest with ratepayers about what to expect, what to get. Definitely.
I thought Rick did a sheet like that, no? Or maybe he did, didn't he?
Yeah, we did have a fact sheet, but maybe wasn't as detailed with pictures.
Well, and if we look at this in the spring too, then you've also got to over the winter, look at these two with what blades. Because, then people can weigh in their mind, no, I'm going to spend that extra 7 cents a liter or whatever to get something that I will have something left next year to start with again.
Yeah. And the first time guys are always different than the guys that have had stuff for a long period of time.
Counselor Gender?
With I've had 2 ratepayers within an ward that you know of that up there in Berry. Now, I believe that was a DL10, was it not?
Yeah.
I'm just kind of wondering, at what rate did they apply? Did they apply the 2 or 3 liter rate?
The one I think you're thinking of was 3 liters. It was a new application.
I look at that 3552 versus, and I believe on 850 going south of Bath at the power station intersection, you put it east and west of there. So was that the MG30?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
It's when I saw that, I was very impressed with it, but over the winter, it'll really definitely show. And whereas calcium, it seems like you spray it on, you have to damn near go and wet it again, keep on rolling that. So far, I've been very impressed with the MG30, but time will tell. And especially for the price, I would just soon offer that and then disregard the calcium if it shows that it's going to work that well over the winter and like see how it does this spring.
That's what I'd like to do too, like completely cut out calcium. The price is not much different. The MG30 does perform better. I know that without even testing more. But it's actually not a big deal to offer both for next year if you guys want to, because it goes down so easy.
I think with calcium too, it is that we did find using it in the oil field that the more you put on, typically the better your results were.
And it does. So it goes down so easy. We can sell 100,000 liters in a day.
But if you're gonna do that, that brings your cost per 200 meters up substantially. Your cost per liter stays the same, but you should be probably using more liters.
But I think weather makes a big difference in calcium too. If you get a dry season, it seems to hold better. And I think we've had some times where we put that down and it's rained like the week later and it
wash it away.
It wasn't working yet. So.
Councilor Grover?
I think too, Dan, when we put it down and we actually make sure there's gravel on the road where that calcium stick to, that you get way better results.
Yes.
And Mr. Rowland there, yeah, he hits me up about every time I'm at the auction market. I told him not a problem, if his road will handle it, probably for $1 million or around there. He comes in, cuts us a check, we'll pay it for him, that's what he wants. And he hasn't been here with a check, has he, that? No, okay, we're good.
Okay. So
He might do it. He might.
We put this out to tender. We need to know what direction we're going by January.
Go ahead, Councilor Stevens.
Was that sufficient time? I know we had some issues with some vendors kind of booking up. Are we comfortable with that time frame or?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
When do they have to have it in by?
We usually put it in by February, sorry.
I'll be phoning 2 of my neighbors, because until Ronnie Hamel got his, and then 2 of them wanted it.
No, Dave, this is for us to book it a tender for.
Oh,
Tender.
not, yeah. But I was too late, like, by the time those 2 wanted it, it's best to go. I'll get a hold of them. I'll tell them to bring it out like January. Don't have to pay for it, so closer to the due date.
Maybe too, for ease of our operations too, would be the fact, if you didn't have calcium this year, that's, I guess, something for everybody to think about. Do we do all options, or, because the problem is waiting for that enough for a load could be an issue. Then you're halfway through the summer.
Which one are you thinking of using just for, that could be the only option we do, I guess.
Be another $400, $1,900 or something.
Will our budget handle it?
We have some spots that we do.
Back in that corner.
Wonderful. The application deadline was April. Could you just say that again with the mic? Thanks.
The application deadline was the end of April for last year.
Okay. And how many kilometers or how many meters do we do, because we did do along
We do Ward Road,
the road, yeah.
we do cemeteries.
Willard,
Scholar is a big one. Because we do right from 590 to 35-0.
And when we get all our cap levies on those haul roads, it should help us.
It should be a walk in the park, yeah. Yeah, I think that's all we're doing, right now.
there's quite a few different spots, Paulson's.
Schooling, right.
Did you around Warden this year, was it calcium or was it the other product?
That was calcium.
Calcium, yeah, because it was pretty good when it was put down, but then
And what was the stuff that you did off by Big Valley, coming off the,
Calcium.
right by the plant there?
Oh, across from the plant.
Yeah,
Calcium.
that was calcium.
Calcium, yeah.
That turned out pretty good. I don't know what rate you put it on, but it was very good done there.
It was heavy.
Yeah, and it did exactly what you asked it, because you were worried about the dust coming off there and causing issues, and I think that's all the,
And it did actually help Washport too, but it was put on heavy.
So that may be an option that you do both, but this year and then think, okay, what are we gonna do for next year?
Up the application rates a little bit.
I still think, Mr. Chairman, though, that we are probably going to have some requests for that MC 250.
We could very easily, yeah.
And the people that have been loyal to the DL10, not sure what you want to do about that, or keep offering it to them. We can add MC 250 to that DL10, and it does work. Or DL10 to the MC 250, either way. It does, because we've been doing it to Webster's for years. Adding DL10 to the MC 250, and it works.
As far as you say adding it, Dan, do you mean at application time or over it and under it?
Application time, if a repair like Webster's wanted theirs freshened up, which we used to do at the county cost, but we would add the DL10 to that MC 250, and it was,
Freshened it nicely.
and it was a very little bit too. Didn't take much.
Yeah, when you were doing it, it worked good.
That MC 250, if you can pay it over time, might be something a person would be able to do.
When we do it for tender, is that just asking what the prices will be, or are we committing volumes at that point?
It's just prices we're after.
It's prices, yeah.
Because really, we can tender we can look at all of them and still go with what we need to after that.
That's a good idea.
And maybe see a bit better in spring, how they, if this MG30 turns out to what we think it is in the spring, well, it might be a very strong recommendation to people to go for it, because maybe next year's application will be a little lighter too. So, Councilor Grover?
Which one, where you want these, requests to go? They come in here, or they go to Public Works, what do they do?
Or for which request?
Or to get dust control, who do they get a hold of?
Oh, they come into the
In here, the office, or Public Works?
workshop.
Public Workshop, they go there to get, okay, thank you.
We advertise that,
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
when it's due, or things have to be done.
You need to jog your memory every now and then, because people see it, yeah, I'll do that. They forget, and it's like the snow plowing, right? Like,
So do we just need a receipt for information for this?
yeah, unless you want to give direction, but you probably want to consider it more budget time, would be my guess.
And if as long as we're not held having to have that decision to do what you need to do in February, March.
Receive for information.
All in favor? Carried. 9.2 memo, bridge load rating, 46 package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had some concern raised by residents that, we're banning bridges and keeping the public from using them, and especially school buses, and kids are spending extra 20 to 30 minutes on a bus because we have a bridge. So we just wanted to kind of straighten out what a road ban is, what a bridge ban is. And basically, for school buses, the onus is with Clearview. I have no idea what a school bus weighs. I think, you can get all different sizes. If they need to look at the size of the buses that they're running, get some weighted loads, like go to the high school and load up the bus, take it to the seed cleaning plant, weigh it, and they may be well under 10 ton. That way they could use the bridge. We just are there to do our job as directed by the province, to put the notice out there that this bridge is a concern. Did you get that right?
You add the school bus, they just get weighed there for nothing, they get weighed for nothing.
Yeah, and I know the people are upset because these bridges are, you know, load rated and they can't be used for everything. But for the county to step in and replace the bridge, most of those bridges would come in around $750,000 to $1 million. If we replace them with culverts, they're going to run us $200,000 to $250,000. We didn't build them; the province did. They are the province's bridges. I would not recommend spending money to repair a bridge without the grant funding from the province. It just makes good financial sense to wait for that 75%. We've been putting money away in a reserve so that we can, once we get the funding, we can move. I think it's a good economical way of doing it, and we're servicing our people, I think, the best way. I would like to get all 5 of our load rated bridges fixed this year. I talked to Brad yesterday when he was homesick about that. It looks like they may be putting some more money into this SNP program, and that we should chase that funding hard this year. Our top priorities would be our load rated bridges, and then anything we can replace with a culvert. And we have the reserve to get at it. We could get funding for 10, we could do 10. We have saved up anticipating the release of the funding. So I would recommend that. It's the smartest way to do it, but if council feels that you know, we're just inconveniencing somebody, that we need to go in and replace the bridge, well, then we will replace that bridge at county cost, and they will take it off the list to fund.
So a couple of things, I think on the school bus situation, that is for the school board to make the decision. If I run my vehicle up and down the road, I decide whether I go over a bridge by my load rating. I decide whether I go under an underpass if I am carrying something tall. That's my decision as the owner and driver of that vehicle. Number two, one of the things we found out in the Bear Pit session was the infrastructure minister very much said, you know, we're only getting 60 applications for these bridges. I've been talking to municipalities and it sounds like there's, you know, hundreds of these bridges. Well, where are they? Which makes me think that what we need to do is hammer them with every bridge we've got that's out there and just deluge them, and then they understand there's a problem.
We have 60-some bridges, probably most of them could be replaced, but we ourselves are putting in an average of 12 to 15 applications a year.
So, but I mean, he said if you've got 20 or 30, put them all in, because we need to know from a funding, because they go to Treasury with it and they say, well, we only got 60 bridges. Okay, here's your pittance for your, you know, we'll give you 10% or whatever it is, right? Well, okay, well, guess what? Now, if it was 10% of 3,000 bridges or 10% of 600 bridges, you know where we're getting, right?
Right.
So that's across the province. The other one, Larry, you mentioned something about recreation and getting some funding. They want to double the funding or double the recreation in the province, and there was some infrastructure granting. We should look at that and see, maybe 1 or 2 of these bridges could come under some of that recreation funding. I'm sure that we've got somewhere that these bridges go to, I don't know, maybe a pheasant release site. That's recreation. Right, David?
Yeah, that one, I'd love to pick that one down.
There must be a pheasant release site somewhere over there.
There will be.
And Big Valley could come under there too as well, because Big Valley has the train and they have all the museums, huge recreation area.
If that bridge, it'd be a real pain in the, to get into the village of Big Valley.
Back to it, so there's.
Into the bridge on it.
Yeah.
But it's good.
Yeah. So far.
17.
The response that I heard from a couple of municipalities that did finally take it on their own was, once you do that, you're done. This is no longer the province's bridge. You've paid for it. You've replaced it with a culvert style crossing. Done. When it needs repairs, it's on you. You accept responsibility now. And that's why I tend to agree with the CAO's recommendation about holding the line on grant funding applications. Because as soon as we step in, I don't want to accept responsibility for the life of these bridges moving forward when it's not entirely our responsibility.
Well, they're not ours at all. Even,
The provinces were just given the responsibility of looking.
we're just trying to make it better for our ratepayers.
You've had discussions with our engineer.
I have. We'll throw everything we've got at it. We also understand that they may be increasing the resource road funding grant, which is under the STIP program. We haven't been able to get money on that grant since we did the Gun Road because they cut the funding. But if they increase the funding, we have 2 roads in the area that would make the traffic counts. The rest of them wouldn't. And the 19-3, what we refer to as the DNR road would be one. And probably Old McDonald's Resort Road would be the other. They would be the only 2 that would make the traffic counts.
We're gonna do the crown count on the 15th of January.
So we need do we need to put a motion forward to file everything or to receive this information as part of the recommendations from you?
Unless council was wanting to write a letter of clarification to Clearview, or you wanted to set up a meeting with Clearview, or if you want to ignore Clearview.
Mr. Chairman, I'm okay with just writing a letter. I mean, I'm fine with that. Have a meeting to have a meeting, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So.
Telling them that there is spots where they can weigh their full buses, so.
And it's there, I mean, any individual running a vehicle up and down the road, it's your responsibility to know your weight and deal with it. I mean,
Do you have a recommendation for the letter?
yeah, just write a letter to Clearview explaining the situation that we're in and that they have options and unless they want to become a partner in fixing the bridge.
You know, I think that might be a timely way to address the problem initially, but we do have a long list growing of things to discuss with Clearview, so it could be added to the list just to, when we do meet, but in the time being, I think a letter would suffice.
Any other questions, concerns? All the question, all in favor? Carried. Reports. Chief Administrative Officer's report, page 51 of the package. Everybody's scoured it from one end to the other, so, and asked them questions. Councilor Gender?
Page 68, I'm just kind of wondering, what have we learned about spraying the edge of the road and then having to nail it? So, or, I'm not really sure why we did.
Not to do it.
So are we going to not spray if any crop is up to the edge of the road? No.
Well, they're not right up to the edge of the road, but I think that we have to use caution, and that would be something that I'll be working with Joe and Quentin on. If someone is farming close to the edge of the road, which we have lots of areas where that happens, they are controlling the weight. They are harvesting it, so they're keeping it down. So it would be the same as if we mowed it. Until we have a use for it, if the road is kept up and it doesn't interfere with the integrity of the road, it's the same as if you've got a tree in the bottom of the ditch or on the absolute side of the road, then it's interfering with the integrity of the road. If it's up on the far bank, like the back slope of the ditch, it's probably not interfering with the integrity of the road that much. So you have to be very careful. You know, if this is saving us money, if, you know, they farm, they spray, they harvest. If they don't, then we're spraying, we're mowing, and we may have to cut some trees down if they come back.
But the Joe Anderson Road out here that we had to rebuild and put a ditch back in it so the water could run down it because they farmed right up and cut the road off. So there's a fine line to everything. And as far as the trees, like, I'm all for trees as long as somebody wants to see them in their own land. Because the snow still catches, it goes across the road, leaves the sides, full of moisture and stuff. It's still, I am a tree hater, I guess.
You get a big snowstorm like we had, you can sure tell the difference on the road with the farmers that have left the trees, because you can pretty well motor down the road. And then you come to the there's not a tree in sight and it's icy and, you know, it's blowing across the road pretty hard.
Tree lover in the right place.
Well, I like trees where they're at. When they're on.
Is there any other questions or?
Just make a comment, it was nice to see the fence put up and keep the animals off the beach down by the lake.
Yeah.
Counselor Stillberg?
I will move the report.
That's you. That's it. There's no other questions. I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. Okay, accounts payable register, page 108 of the package. Same thing with it. Everybody's had a full opportunity to scour it. Counselor Gender?
And that one, like I was just on that Amazon on page 113, there was an Amazon double amount. Krista got back with some information, but she said, but that's the wrong one. She hasn't gotten back to me, so I'm not really sure.
I think she just.
Check your emails
Yeah,
today.
I think it's there now. Yeah,
Okay, so solved, no problem.
yeah. It was to do with the cameras.
Counselor Grover?
Receive it for information.
All in favor? Carried. Bank reconciliations for September 30th, 2022 and October 31st, 2022, pages 113 and 114. Counselor, okay?
I didn't see nothing to be concerned about, so I'll move as presented.
All in favor? Carried. And we've got our reserves for as of August 31st, 2022 on page 115 and year-to-date budget, August 31st, 2022 on page 116. Counselor Stillberg?
I will move that one.
Any questions? Seeing none, call it. All in favor? Carried. Counselor fee sheets, page 129 of the package to 137. Counselor Stevens?
I'll give you the motion to approve those.
Counselor Gender?
There was someone missing a half day on one of the sheets, so I'd just like to have him be in consistency with the rest of us.
What's that?
Never charged for a half day when he went to Gatsby for the water.
How I've chosen to handle this, we had this argument, or debate, we'll say, at the first organizational meeting. My stance is if I charge for a full day, it's a full day. I don't charge for a full and a half day. I guess my anchoring position is that's how I've been paid in private industry. I cannot go ahead and charge an additional half day because it's an evening. Those that do are operating well within our policy. I don't question that. So it's a more of a personal choice for me. I find it, that's my difference, but I don't begrudge those that do follow our policy and charge for it.
Other questions or concerns? Yeah, I'll call a question. All in favor? Carried. Council committee reports, we don't have a lot of them. Councilor Stillberg put in for Stellar Public Library Board. Any additions to that? Or?
Not to that one, but I just will add one quick thing for an SVSS. There is a seniors empowerment free event coming up on November 22nd. And there will be guest speakers there. There will be a lunch as well. It's at the Hub at the Rec Center. It's going to deal with scams, and Sergeant Holiday is doing that presentation, elder abuse, staying healthy and strong and connections. It's all things for seniors, but if anybody knows of seniors in their family, that would be interested in that, because it seems like if there's a new day, there's a new scam out, and a lot of them are targeted at seniors. So it is a free event. It's sponsored by FCSS at the Hub, November 22nd. So they just pass the word around. It's November 22nd. I believe that's a Tuesday.
So Justin, that's not for you and me, it's for everybody else on council.
11 a.m. start. And then there's a free lunch, and it should wrap up by 3.
I think someone else needs to be here too.
I got a couple of years yet.
Actually, I'll leave some of these cards at the front desk, so if anybody hears about this, and they come to the county to find out more information, there'll be some of those at the front desk. I'll give one to Nikki as well, if she wants to put it on county's webpage.
Okay, we'll receive your information. All in favor? Carried. Consent agenda items, Stellar Airport, 139, Central Alberta RCMP monthly traffic report, 229. NWST Foundation letter and flyer, page 234. Victim services redesign, letter to the Minister of Justice, page 236. County of Stellar Protective Services Fire and Emergency Plan, 238. Sky Sustainable Green Energy Corp. Recast for West Solar Project Open House, page 275. And then in additions to our agenda was RCMP Stettler crime data. Was there any questions on any of those? Councilor Rowland? Receiving their information. Okay. Any questions? Following the question, all in favor? Carried. In camera. All in favor?
I'll move it's in camera.
All in favor? Carried.
To pay Mrs. Singh. Our allotment that we give to new doctors. I don't have to say the dollar.
Need the microphone, Counselor, please.
All right, now, and what do you want?
Say your motion.
Okay, yes, you heard that?
I can hear it.
You got it?
Oh, you need to.
Was it on or not? Okay, I make a motion to pay the 20 grand for doctor recruitment to Mrs. Singh, right? Yes. Dr. Singh?
Dr. Sun.
Leave it with administration to do it. I need to vote on it and send a letter, yeah, send a letter to the town. We need to vote on it. Make the motion.
Made a motion. Okay. Any questions, concerns? I want just to be clear that we're gonna send a letter to our partners stating that we are gonna fund.
We are paying them this.
Yeah, and just to the importance of the doctors.
And they sign a 5-year and
5 release, or the 5
you're gonna work in ER and everything else. Yep.
And that's changed, that will be submitted to doctor, so. Any other questions? No question, all in favor? Carried.
Okay, now you can let Mr. Snyder back in.
Okay. 13.2, reserve bids for tax sale. Counselor Stillberg?
I will move that the reserve bids be set as per our discussion.
With the reserve amounts and the dates?
Yes.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Next meeting is Wednesday, December 24th, or December 14th, pardon me, not Christmas Eve, 2022. And we have one more motion. Councilor Grover, adjournment?
Adjournment, please.
All in favor for adjournment? Carried.
Thank you.